Or you said to me, Bollywood man, only so much you can do. Bollywood man. I never appreciated that until now when I'm old. Or now that I'm an old fuck. I know. He probably said that too because nobody cares about old men. They only care about the young.
A survey shows OPEC output steady as Saudi curbs offset UAE gain. Just to repeat, a survey shows OPEC output steady.
He's just an old man. He doesn't have a life.
Gain.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me.
Good morning out there. How y'all doing?
Check 1, 2, mic check.
Happy Monday morning to you out there. We're gonna be able to we're gonna go over some stuff this morning I probably haven't gone over in a while. We need to though. We need to look dark and it looks dark in here. It's not. It's gorgeous. I've got some windows and doors open, and it's absolutely beautiful here. Summertime is not really winding down, but I could notice a change in temperatures and humidity or mid last week, and rightfully so with where the market is. They kind of both coincided. The summer trade is probably coming to an end to some extent. I don't know what I'm drinking out of here. 1984 World Series Cup. Okay. I don't know where they dug that up from. But good morning. Hope you all had a great weekend. When I left you on Friday, at the close, the market attempted to make a low at the end of the day. And that low that the market attempted to make, that it failed at, would have unlocked new lows in the stock market. And I just want to show that to you a second time. I showed it to you on Friday. I don't know if everybody was here or not, or if people are going to pile in, more hanging around on Friday or whatever. We're going to talk about some, probably some ICT, some triggers and velocity, and some Elliott wave, all kind of wrapped up into one. And we really haven't had to do this in a while. Normally, or markets tend to offer a little bit more breadth of outcomes. The market this year has been, straight down in the late summer, early spring. We went straight vertical down, and then we've been straight vertical back up. So we really didn't have to do too much. It's been basically, buy the dip, up, buy the dip, up, buy the dip, up, buy the dip, up, and it's been quite easy. That's not the stock market most of the time. Most of the time, you have to work a little bit harder. Now, we're going to look at some of this morning, and I want to show you. I just deleted this intentionally so that we could do this together. It's Monday. That's one of my office days, either Monday or Friday. There, just let me go here for a minute. Okay, so it's important for me, at least, to look at the stock market over at least the course of a year, if not even longer. But for this example, I think the year is probably what we need to be looking at here today. And what makes it important is price matters. Where, like, what price is important to the stock market? We'll tend to return to those places over time. over the course of a year. They're important place markers, numbers, stuff like that. And this year is no different. If we'll look at this in the weekly first, just to give a better idea of this. And what's important here is on a weekly basis, you can see this high that's over here. And you can see we attempted to hit it again. Attempted to hit it again, and again, and again, and again. Like, this was all important, right? And we failed and went lower, right? Bam, bam, down, down, down. And you can also see when we finally broke out from this downtrend over here, that price mattered again once we reached, this zone right here, right? And we were pounded down, told no, pounded down, told no. And then eventually when we squoze over, it was a pretty big move, right? And you get a lot of anger, emotions when you break out. That's the top, right? That's the top of the market. Sorry, bro. We're never coming back here again, right? And this is an important level. There's no two ways to think about it. That's an important level. Somewhere in there, right? Important level. And the stock market's an important level. When you squeeze up over these levels, you are looking for some kind of if you're a practitioner of Elliott Wave, you're looking, you got a cup and handle here, right? Big cup. You get the handle right here. You squeeze up above it, and then you're trying to form some kind of a new island. If you're talking Elliott Wave, this would look like a triangle to you. Some of you might know that terminology. You want that triangle to hold as a base for us to continue higher. Now, in all of this, these are just candlesticks here. What's really important is looking back on prior months. So you want to look back here, of course, and say, right, we know that this is an important level here. We'll mark this one out, as a matter of fact. This one right here is very important. On the year, it's pretty important. If you have a bullish thesis for the entire year, you want to be holding this into end of year, right? Fairly easy. It's the basis for the bull run, right? Now, if you're looking at monthly candles, you also want to be watching prior months. Right? We know that this took a lot of work to get up here, right? No, down, right? Finally squeezed above. We want to look at prior history. Now we've squoze higher. We want to look at the prior move that took us here. So we know about this big green, like, don't pass this, right? This is the bull thesis. We know about that one. Let's go back and we're on the month. We know about this one right here, right? That this like demarcation point matters. I think that might be a weekly. Let me just check this really quick. Yeah, right in here. So this is the monthly up here. Hold on here. Kind of like this is a weekly. This is also the bull thesis. And write that there. That's fine. I'm fine with that. But let's go back to this monthly candle and just look at this really quick. And what I really want to show you here is when you have a prior month, okay? I want you to look at that there. And when you come into a new month, you start this new month, you want to be watching how much of the prior month do we take back. So you mark out this low here. This is just candles, okay? And let's get rid of this. Just want to mark out like a candle. Here's the bottom of last month. And you want to look at this candle as a whole. That one right there and this one right here. And you want to see in your new month, how far back do you retrace? Are you retracing 20%? Or sorry, 20%, half the prior month, or about 80% of the prior month, or more. And more importantly, about this last 20% matters. Why is that? Normally because when you go into value and price, that's normally where the buyers show up. If the buyers have strength and they're still buying, you can actually see it in this prior month right here. Now in this one, we only went down 20% of the full candle, and they bought. That's a lot of strength. Shows a ton of strength. Shows a ton of strength. But even this candle here could easily have traded early in month all the way down here. Still has like 20% of that candle left over, and still have been bullish. Believe it or not, you'd still be bullish. I kid you not. But the important part, more important part here is this last 20% of this candle. You don't ever want to see those get violated. And if they do get violated, it opens the door to taking out the prior month's candle. So this candle here, and it come all the way down here, it had broken through. It opens the door, believe it or not, to take out this candle right here. It's fairly bearish. It's not good. Now, we didn't do that on Friday. This is where the low was on Friday. And I want to show you what that looked like on like a minute chart, okay? Just that top green line. Here's that top green line. And I want you to show you that we did not, they tried to take it down here into the close and make that sweep. Didn't happen, right? They're both here, all of us were here together watching to see if they marked that low or not, and they did not. That's good for bulls. It does not mean that we cannot, it doesn't mean that we can't come back down here to sweep that low. We can go up here. I'll show you this. This one right here. It's like an important bull inflection point. Important bull. Well, I said that says inflection. Help me. Hold on. Inflection point. Try that. Good enough, right? And we're bouncing off this, and I want to explain this more importantly. When you unlock these new lows, you normally don't continue down there. If you had seen price action down here hitting this and breaking through it, you would squeeze higher and then reject and come back down and break below that low. Something like this. Okay? The doorway is now opened. Now, market could this week, some of this. Trade all the way up here. Believe it or not. Trade this whole entire range. Do this whole thing from now through all these reports that we have, and then come right back down here, make the low, then go back up, and then finally break below this zone here. Now we're not there yet at all. We didn't sweep the low over the weekend. This low. We didn't sweep down here over. I watched futures yesterday. We didn't come down here and sweep this low. We didn't do it this morning. And forget this one down here, just this one. Did not happen, left a gap behind. This all looks bearish to me, believe it or not. This actually doesn't look bullish. I mean, it'll squeeze, but it doesn't look bullish. Now, if this was bullish, I would have wanted to have seen some kind of an immediate sweep below, take that out, and then we're off, marked, and out of here. And we're good to go. So as of right now, they're leaving behind a gap, right, that has not been filled. And this looming bottom is down here too. So I don't necessarily like that. The more bullish it is, it's normally like this big slam down, right? Normally come back, hit it again, and then we're out of here. Normally what it looks like. Recovery does look like that most times. In some form, shape, or form. So I don't like leaving behind the gap. I do like that we did not unlock the lower side. We didn't do it on Friday. So the bulls are still alive. Theoretically, that's a bottom, right? But it's still kind of bearish. It's not perfect. Now, there is some interesting information here. Price is above the daily trigger. Price is above the hourly trigger. All of these are good things. Like, these are bullish things right now. So you've got some like short-term bullishness. You can guarantee that you've got some short-term bullishness. You just don't know if this is over or not. If we come back to close this gap, let's say we squeeze up here, we come back to close this gap, and we leave that down below, didn't hit it, that's extremely bullish. It is. You can see like nice bull run ahead. There's some other looming stuff though above too that we need to watch. So I want to show you this here. You've got the prior all-time high. Back and look at this. So let's look at this, just this structure right here. This looks beautiful, by the way. Doesn't look bad. Looks good. The only thing that I have, the only concern that I have is there's a gap here. Now, there's a bunch of stuff you want to, there's a bunch of information here, right? We are above the daily trigger. We are above the hourly trigger. So we've got price, hourly trigger, daily trigger. Couldn't ask for more than that if you're a bull. Couldn't ask for more than that. There's been no back test yet. That's kind of like neutral to bearish. Want to see that nice little back test. Close that gap, off and running. There's more information here too. We have a prior all-time high. We've got this one right here. If you're a if you're a real bull, you know that within like 1 to 2 sessions, we need to take out the halfback trade, and then we almost immediately need to go straight up and make an all-time new high. Kid you not. For the bull run to be theoretically like saved today and for the next month or two or whatever, you need to make that new high almost immediately. Like literally, it needs to go straight up, make a new all-time high, then come back down, right, and back test the hourly trigger and start making a series of new highs. Should be quick. Let me show you what that looks like. Now, just going back in time, here's one right here. Right, it's literally like down. This is a flat correction, but still down to the daily trigger. And look at how quickly we made a new high. Look how fast it happened. It was fast. There's prior high. It didn't even wait. There's your halfback trade, straight vertical. And when you're back testing this, right, and this move higher, I want you to take more importantly, I want you to take into consideration that all this happens and there's plenty of time to jump on the trade higher. Plenty of winning to be made, plenty of money to be made. I just want you to see this right here. Like literally pumps all the way up here. Great trade, right? Sideways, sideways, sideways. Notice how you make the new high, back test, off and running again. Great upside trade up here. Those are all important things. I want you to think about that just where we are right now. Do you need all of this is the question. Need to be long for all that cap? No, you really don't. You just need to watch that new all-time high, that successful back test, and then you jump on that train right there to the upside. So we're not fully out of the woods yet, are we? Right? If we're marking bottoms, or is this a bottom? Is this, we're only getting a pullback, that's it, to the daily trigger, and we're done? There's some rules, isn't there? We need to take out the prior high. Right? We need to back test and confirm this, whatever that back test and confirm is. We need a violent move to the upside, normally a day or two. It's that fast. Like literally, we need to go vertical, right? Make that new all-time high, do that pullback. We need that successful back test of the hourly trigger. We want this hourly trigger to confirm that the way is higher. And then we're often running to the right and to the upside and risk on again. That's kind of what it looks like, right? Or that's what it should look like. Now, let's say we stall in here, right? If we start to stall in here, we're coming back down. That's not so bullish, is it? Come up here, fail this, break through, all that kind of garbage. All you want to get, this is kind of like a on a higher time frame, like diddling in the middle. You get my drift here. You never want to diddle in the middle. You can diddle in the middle on lower frames. Like you can trade this on like a 1 minute chart. You can trade inside of all of this, but you never want to really get caught inside of this larger consolidation. And not only that, this week, if you think about just time, this week has a lot of reports, right? We got a ton of reports coming out Monday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Big batch, huge batch on Wednesday. And this is kind of like the playground for all of these reports, right? We get to do anything we want to do, and then they can even sell us down later if we took out that new low, right? And then before you know it, we're rolling down into September, October. So there's a lot of danger in here too, right? So is this bottom? Unconfirmed would be the answer. Not making this low, though, is not bearish. That's good. That's like positive for bulls for now. And we haven't attacked this all-time high yet. So there's like a bunch of information we don't have. There's like a lot of information we don't have. We're not quite bullish. Can't really say this is bottom, but you can give it to the bulls to make the attempt to have that breakout and situation normal, everything to the upside. We also have some other information. We know that we're in the season of seasonality. We know that August's returns are smaller than July's. They're okay. They're not great. We usually break even on August. We're like flat, which makes sense here, right? You get the prior high, right? This is last month's gains. August normally is relatively flat in returns. So this is the entire area we're trading. That makes sense for August. But September is usually no returns, usually in red on average for September. So historically or seasonally, this month looks like some kind of a zone. And September gets ugly. Now, what if we're wrong? We break out, we start squeezing higher, spot up, vol up, something like that. We already know the rules for that. We make the all-time high, we do the back test on the hourly trigger, we're off and running. Sweet, we'll take the trade. But I want you to think about this. Pretend like I'm on a 1 hour chart right now, but I want you to think about this as like it was a 5 minute chart or a 1 minute chart. You're marking the bottom, right? You know that you have the prior high, right? And you know you need to make the impulse move, right? You get this prior stuff over here. You got the new high, and then you're starting a whole new sequence to the upside, hopefully, right? If it holds. This is all like Elliott wave stuff, ICT. Now triggers and velocity right now. So let's watch this. Important bull inflection point. Why is that this over here? If you at any point get down here, right? It opens that door for some kind of rejection. Then you get your double correction on a higher frame like that over there, right? Start trading your 600, your 592, any of that sort of stuff down here. There's your 592.48. This is the bull thesis. We have not shown that yet, right? We haven't gone up here, failed this, come down here, right? We haven't done any of that yet to get down there. None of that's there. Until we break that little one right there, just that little one right there, we don't have that downside move. There's been no rejection off of all-time highs yet. No rejection off of the half back trade yet. None of that's happened. None of it's shown itself. So invariably, on a short-term basis, this is probably the bottom. And you probably have this zone to work as a bull. You know, up, down, up, down, up, down. And not until you breach some of this stuff or breakout, there's no other direction but the middle. Stuck in the middle with you. We haven't broken down below here once to show the price. We haven't been sent down to the depths of hell. We have not shown a new high to be picked up to break out from this zone. So kind of think of this as zone trading right now. That's all it is. The only zone that you know, the only life that you know at this point is that you have an area to play in. Right here. And it's right here. This is your play area as a bull and as a bear. If you can live with that, right, you're going to go far. Fairly simple. No matter where we go out of this, just think of it like this. Long, short, long, short, long, short. You're not saying, hey, we're going to break out and up to the right. You don't care about that. If you show the upside move here, you're going to then buy the dip, and then we're going to take it long, right? You get any kind of breakout. Hold on a second here. Bing, 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 bing. Right? Hold on there. We get up there, and then we're breaking out. We're taking the long. If we break down, dip our wicks down here, go back up here, up, down, and let's say we start to fail over here, we're getting short over there. But outside of that, you live inside of this zone. That's what I want you to know, that you can live within here. We're long, we're short, we're long, we're short. You don't care about the breakdown. You don't care about the breakout. You're not like dying on a sword up here. Oh my God, we're gonna break out, right? And then they take all your lunch money. Oh my God, we're gonna break out. Take all your lunch money. You just live in this zone in here. That's it. Just inside this zone until we figure out if the way is lower or the way is higher. Seasonally says eventually the way is going to be lower. But we've had examples where we haven't done that. We have many examples. As a matter of fact, 2024, we back tested this down here, right? Back tested this. We literally went all the way up and broke out and to the right, and you can too. You just don't have any exposure on in here, right? You're waiting for that back test. You're waiting for that hourly trigger, whatever it is. Get that breakout, and then you get long once again once we're out of harm's way or danger or whatever. Hey, look, we made an all-time high. Looks like buyers are kicking ass on the sellers. Good to go to the upside. Now let's go back here and look at weekly. So you've got this important bull inflection point, right? Let's go back and look at the month really quick. Month. Important bull inflection point. This is the bull thesis. Let's go back. Let me get rid of some of this here. Hold on. Do this. Start at the beginning. Right about here. About 20% right there. Get rid of that. You really can't go any lower than this. Go to a weekly basis here. Make this one yellow. What do we got here? Okay, so this here is kind of bearish. Got a 1 hour. Fairly big cluster of sell here. That one red. 1 hour right there. There's your sweep lower. Bull inflection point down here. Don't want to see any of that violated. And if we do at any point, we'll be looking for lower. I'm going to show you some prior examples of this stuff here. And what a breakout looks like and what consolidation distribution looks like. .30-minute basis. Daily trigger looks great. Looks outstanding. Still bullish. Bullish hourly velocity right now. That's good. When velocity is this negative on an hourly basis on a 30-minute chart, it's ready for a rip higher. Bigger question is, do we reverse to a larger low on the hourly velocity? We are coming into neutral right now. A little bit more we could possibly go up, but we want to make sure we don't go into this larger rejection pattern. This daily looks great. Looks really good. Nothing bad here. I like seeing it. Put some of this down here. Hourly velo or half hour velo looks good. 50 minutes a little overbought, but overall looks pretty good. Back to 1 hour here. That over here. That up there. This over here. Nope, that one right there. there. So come up, sweep this down here, and then up. So there's 630. So there's 632.56. There. See this accumulation here. 630 sell supply. Come back down, sweep this low, up higher. Catch the halfback trade here. If all this happens, there should be if all that happens. One, two, three, four, five. Equal legs right here. If that doesn't get closed. No idea what happens here. We're going to look back on some history here. I just want to show you some history here. An example where we went down for the pullback on the daily trigger, up, new high, off and running. Right? Bullish. Right here is your consolidation zone. Right? This is a flat correction. We went down, more violent, back up again. Just in here, just so you can see that example. I want to show you some others where it didn't quite go like that. Here's another great example right here. New high, back test, off and running. Still good to go. But I want to show you some where we did not. Here's one right here. This is a prime example right here. Up, 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 and away, right? Up, 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 right? Back test that daily trigger, up again, right? Just pure like consolidation. No successful back test with a new high. No successful back test with a new high to buy the breakout. And what happened? Bloodbath, right? All the way down there. Remember, you have to be breaking out from that consolidation, right? Not good enough to get the new high. You have to back test successfully and make the new high outside of consolidation. I want to show you that really quick. So you got this here, you got this here, right? You break out here. Break out here, you'd want to see the new high, right? So you got the high. Successful backtest. Question mark, right? You get the new high to break out. Off and running, right? Now we're outside of that consolidation. We can get long there. Not good enough to just get the new high, right? Whoop. Want to see that first. And then put on that risk. Any of these like major inflection points, never trust them, ever. Suck you right back down. And then boom, or to the downside. Even this bullishness in here, never really good enough. You just stay in that zone, right? And you wait for the breakout. New high, get the nice back test. You're above the breakout. Risk on to the upside. And the amount of time that you have after this is more important than guessing. Now we come up here, trade all this. You're like, bro, we're going to break out. And it's down, or we start breaking out, but not quite, like one new high, down, right? Trap you in. So if me looking at this, you take this as your zone. Like you're stuck in here. You're stuck in here. And you're going to get long and short, long, short, until we break below. You'd expect your next low to break through. Only if you're showing that low below this yellow line right here. Anything below 16, or I would say between 619.32, 617.20. These are the magic numbers for the bears. If we go up here, fail this, even if we go all up here, show that new high, come back down here. You see that tip wick down there? I'm going to be looking for that short above to get short either here or even just that new low down there and get short again. But until then, think of this as your playground. It's like a Theta's wet dream in here. Theta gang, like wet. This is all Theta gang wet dream. You're going to get a lot of people saying, like next leg down's happening right now. You're going to get, this is the bottom for the season. We're only going to go up from here in September, October, November. But for all purposes, you're living in here. And the moment that you show that upside strength, you need to be above that breakout to be getting like, hey, correction over, blow off top end at the end of the year. Otherwise, this is your zone. You're stuck in here. And if you want my take of what I think happens, you're going to live in here. It's possible you show a new wick up here. By the time you get to, Opex for August, September, we start making, we're either going to start making a fake high, a fake wick up. It's not quite a fake wick, but like a fake high or an all-time high, and then we'll do this whole bullshit down here, and then we'll start making those highs in the end of the year. That's what I think happens. They're going to let you live in here, and then you're going to make a series of new lows, and they'll bleed you out into mid-September, mid-October, somewhere in there. The low, wherever that is, could be right here. We may never make another low below this. I think we can. I think we should. I'd like to see at some point here, scaling out. That's like mid-September. Whatever we do inside, here's the 18th. Whatever we do inside of here, you catch that Opex for the 18th. A little bit more unwind, and then some kind of move down here for us to get up and out. So just wreck you in here. It's like, I call this like the wrecking zone in here. You never ever want to mess with it unless we have the breakout. I mean, not mess with it. You can mess with the inside, but you never want to get caught with like, hey, we're going to break out, and they suck you back down into, this like larger like seasonal correction for the month of September. This is where the I don't know, it's like the tractor beam down here for that mid-September, mid-October bottom. And even when you do bottom down here, it's like consolidative again. You know, it's like a pain in the ass. You're just getting like sucked in, and then the real unclench to go to the upside is probably later in the fall, into the winter, or like, you know, December, January, February. Just be ready down here for this to happen. There's no guarantee that it does. If we start to break out, we're up and out of here, something like that, we'll take it and run with it. But I want you to be very like patient with the breakout. I want you to be very not concerned, but you want to see that all-time high breakout, and you want to see some kind of a back test above it that shows the way higher. You can live in here, but just note that there's a vortex of like, suck you down, hidden up here later in the month or whatever. Okay? Here, let's go back here. Go back and look at this on a 1 minute basis. There's that one right there. I think that was the 4 hour, and I think that was the day. I think this red one was the 1 hour. Look at this. Good job to any of you that did not stay short over the weekend. I know there was those of you that thought we were going to ladder down and crash over the weekend. That did not happen. Is Chase here this morning? Stupid bulls squeezing higher. Are we getting any of that action yet? I haven't looked at the chat yet. Let me look at the multi-stream chat so I can see if he's here. Good morning if you're out there, Chase. No, I've got my hedge on. I leave my hedges on until mid-November unless it burns. I actually don't care if it burns. I'll be making money if it does burn. Kinda. I do think that we make that new low. I do think that we trade. If you want my opinion, I think by mid-September, early August, not August, or early or mid-September, maybe it takes into October. Even when I've looked at like seasonal squeezing, like if we squeeze this and break out, normally it always comes back. Like all of it. It'll be over like the course of 3 or 4 or 5 days. We'll go straight verticals to the downside. We'll erase like all of June. At least all of June. So we can do either. I don't really care which way we go with it, but like we could do like strength. We could literally go vertical into November 1, and then straight. As a matter of fact, my hedge is the 18th, I think, of November, because I still don't fucking trust. That we don't have that, that leg down. I feel like the 600 is kind of needed in my view. I like that back test. I like that just affirms that the way is higher at the end of the year. And we only need a few days of bullshit doom. I'm bullish, by the way, like not like I should state where I'm at with this. I'm very bullish in the end of the year. I'm very bullish into possibly even mid-February to get that print, either one of those dates. I just like the idea of that nice firm back test. Telling everybody, we had the squeeze to go higher. Back test with that big 600 level is just held. And then we just ram out of 680, 720 or something like that. I don't have any like bearish, like this is the top of the market, any of that kind of stuff for the year. So I just want that nice seasonal low to buy. I don't think we've hit it yet. And I think that even if we go up and make a new all-time high, if we can squeeze up, it's all coming back for like at least a few days, just like elevator down to hit that 600. If we don't, we don't. I could be wrong on that too. I have a hedge for it. If we break up into the right and start trading a new all-time high, I'll jump right on that fucking train and run it all the way up. So, but I'm not like bearish. I don't know. That was the top of the year, Black Monday stuff. None of that's shown itself yet. We could have a Black Monday if we squeezed vertical up into November. but that's still just all that shit coming back again. For where we would be in price and where we would be with the major correction, it wouldn't matter. You'd still make bank the whole way. So, okay. So what are we watching for now? Would be the second one. The second one is always the sellers come in at 10. They stay buyers at 10. Why do you? Let's think about time really. There's two more things we got to look at here. We got to think about like why do we have flows at 10 a.m. Why do we have flows at 12 p.m.? There's a bunch of reasons. You've got this like market to market thing between U.S. and Asia, U.S. Asia, then Euro, and then U.S. or New York. It goes New York, Asia, London, New York, Asia, London, repetitively, right? I want you to think about who's before you. And when we come into this 10 a.m., what were they doing in the middle of the night? Were they buying? And then when they get out to the U.S. buyers or New York buyers, step back in at 10 a.m., yes or no, is the question. Now, you know that no one likes buying a high in the morning, right? This is a major low that we're coming into, so they bought this morning, right? They bought in the overnight. They bought on Sunday. We didn't see that low in Sunday overnight futures. You saw them come in and buy it all night long. And now we're in New York. This is still a low for New York. This isn't a high, it's a low. So we're going to watch to see if the New Yorkers step in to buy this. And we're also going to be watching for 12 p.m. We want to see if the sellers can come back and take over or not. I'll put this one right here. And also, you have the Euro close coming up. Let's look at, I already got that. No, it's already, I got that at 12. We need it at 12. I'm going to watch exactly what happens in here. Now, I would personally like to see 630.11 get tagged. I'd like to see this one hit right here. 630.11 is all that needs to be done in my view. Then we can come back down. I'm always looking for buyer strength. You guys know what that stuff looks like. We looked at that first half of the year, or first quarter of the year, when we would look for an unclench to go higher. You remember I would sit here and go, let's watch this price and see if we can get it or not. And we didn't, right? Didn't get it. All pointed towards lower lows. And all I want to see is 630.11. That's it. I'd actually like to see 636, but this is good enough for me. 634.64 is the next target. 639.02 is the next target thereafter thereafter that. Yeah, like 634 would be beautiful. We could hit that. Velo is on our side too. There's buyer strength here if you don't know. I'd still like to see like I think it's 612 is the first. There's like a buy zone at 612, and it goes to 600 and 592. It's like there's a range in there to accumulate. Like the accumulation range for me is like 612 to 592, somewhere in there, for the print into year end. The low that we had so far was 619.29 on SPY. There's still the gap down below to catch at 613.84. I think that's like 612 or something to the downside, somewhere in there. It's like 613, 612. Good morning. How y'all doing out there? How you doing, James? I'm reading through some of your chat right now. How y'all doing out there? How was your weekend, by the way? You guys didn't get crazy and drink the Kool-Aid over the weekend, did you? I hope that you didn't. There aren't that many weeks of summer left, boys and girls. My whole family's shifting into like summer's over. For us this year, it's invariably over. We're already shifting into like I've got my two daughters have a summer camp they have to go to. One more summer camp. Is it for music? What is this summer camp for? Musical instruments. But they're like rushing around, all getting ready for school at the same time. You didn't drink the Kool-Aid. Good job. Good job. You got crazy over the weekend? I didn't get crazy. I did more flooring work this week. And wife and kids took off again without me, and then I just hammered floors all weekend. I'm still a little banged up, but you know what it is. Chase, you are here. What's going on, brother? Chase, dude, they're gonna make you wait for it, bro. You're gonna be sitting in this trade, man, for like the next 2 months. You got together with some buddies at home? Cool, that's cool. I'm trying to think. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I'm losing the show already. See that? Am I losing the show? I might be. That'd be kind of cool. Give them like a read-only membership. I like that idea. I read that. That's a cool idea. Like read-only. My throat hurts. It hurts every Monday. I need like that one down day. If I can ever get like the extra day during the week to be down talking, it helps completely. Tell you where. Yeah, durable goods looks good. Factory orders look good. Just read through some of this stuff here. That's all kind of expected, though. All these like all this data always looked good. The two bad bear data points I gave to you already. PCE jobs, that actually proved itself again on NFP day. Tomorrow we've got ISM services, PMI, that's a bear thing. I wonder if it comes in, ISM services could be a little bit more chill. Let's see here. So Tuesday, biggest report. Balance of trade, import and exports will be a big thing to see. That's Tuesday, 8:30 in the morning. Then at 10 a.m., we've got ISM services, PMI. That was kind of a bull thing. I don't know that it is anymore. Wednesday, we get a 10-year note auction. That'll be important. We get some jobs information on Thursday, but it's not a biggie. There is a unit labor cost quarter over quarter prelim that's important on Wednesday at 8:30. Wages have kept up with inflation. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but that's true. Wages have kept up with inflation, so everybody hates inflation, but your wages have kept up with it. So that'll be an important one to watch. I don't see anything else. Nothing big until the 12th of August. And that rolls us right into Opex week 2. And this month is kind of wonky. If you look at August as a short month, like we have the Friday the 1st is one whole week of last month. And we go into kind of like this reverse thing. I think we have got Opex on the 15th and then Vixpiration on the 22nd, something like that. So we got this full week of earnings, right? Full week of earnings. There we go. Keep going higher. Full week of earnings. We can price all that shit in, and then we get into the more unclenching shit in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Fascinatingly, the 29th is on a Friday, and the 1st is on a Monday for September. Squeezing higher now. So you can see this here. And then we should do a pullback. That's actually good enough right there. But that's where I want to see something like that. And I want to see some kind of a pullback over here. Kind of higher over there. Catch that new high right in there. This is R2, by the way. See if we can jump over this. Hold on to R2. Nope. We have a large earnings week this week. We have light on data, large on earnings. After the close today, we get we actually have a lot of these like degenerate favorites. Some spec growth, but some degenerate favorites in here. We've got Palantir after the close today. Hims Hers after the close today. A whole bunch of others. Before the open tomorrow, we get Pfizer, Caterpillar. We got a bunch of energy reports. We get Marriott also reporting before the open tomorrow. After the close tomorrow,
extend gains. 10-year yields fall 5 basis points to 2.63%.
After the close on Tuesday, we get AMD, Super Micro, Arista. A-Lab, Astera Labs. We get them after the bell. We get Open Door, Snap, Lucid, Upstart, Rivian, all the usual suspects. On Wednesday before the open, we get Uber, Shopify, Oscar. That's an old school favorite of ours. They've now moved up onto the earnings reports. That's good to see. Companies that nobody heard about a couple of years ago, we know very well, right? We've known since the beginning of the start of the bull run on spec growth. A lot of these names have moved up over time. We've got NVO, Walt Disney, Six Flags, Geo, McDonald's. That's all before the close open on Wednesday. Wednesday after the close, we get AppLovin, IONQ. Like all these names were known. Remember all these names that I'm telling you right now? These names had no business at the start of this bull run. And I told you these stocks would become important, right? And I'm reading them all off to you right now. When this bull run started, we started looking at spec growth. All of these names were on that list. We've got IONQ, Duolingo. We got the old standbys, DraftKings, Jack in the Box. On Thursday, we get Lilly, Celsius, D-Wave, that's qubits. We get Hut, a mix of old and new memes and spec growth. We get Sony. And then after the close on Thursday, we get the Trade Desk. We get Rocket Lab, SoundHound. Remember those guys? New Scale, Kratos, Block, Twilio. God, Twilio. Friday, we get Fubo TV. We get Tempest. We get TerraWolf, FET, Wendy's, Canopy Growth, Plains, PAR, CPI, Silvamo, a whole litany of reports. Now those are the kind of the highlights, the retail favorites. But let me read a few things off to you. Today, right? We get 143 earnings today. 143. Tomorrow, we get 339 earnings. On Wednesday, 473 earnings. On Thursday, we get 615 earnings. That's insane. That's pure insanity. That's a bunch of earnings. It's a large percentage of earnings. And we had a large block of earnings last week. Most of our earnings are out, the major ones. Let me just take a peek at this really quick. So on the 11th, this is next Monday, we get 156 earnings. Tuesday, 152. Wednesday, 131. And Thursday, 254. So not huge, but some reports again the next week. That would be your Opex week. And then we get light earnings during Vixpiration. Let me just check this and make sure I get this right. I just want to make sure that I'm spot on in this stuff. So for August, the 15th is Opex. We have an inverse this year. VIXI's after. And then the August 20th is Vixpiration. So you've got, I said it was the 22nd, but it's the 20th. So you got Opex on the 15th, the Friday. Then the following week, that Vixpiration date, keep that in your calendar. Keep in your calendar like August 20th and August 15th. If there's a window for up or downside, that normally comes around in and around that Opex Vixpiration. And then we've got the last day of the month for the market is the next week, the 29th. The 30th and 31st falls on a Friday or a Saturday, Sunday. But those are kind of important dates if you're looking for unclenching. If you're a Theta gang, you know where we're living if you're Theta gang, right? We're going to live in this box until we get to Opex and Vixpiration on the 15th and 18th. More than likely live inside this box until we get there. Look at financial juice. What are they saying? Am I missing something in financial juice? Oh, financial juice X. Oh, let me look. What the fuck are they doing? I know it's a quiet day, but Trump's truths are keeping us entertained. Something is brewing. Trump really loves Sydney. Sorry, I mean Sydney. Is this what you're talking about? Australia to choose Japan proposal for next gen frigates. Details are to be finalized by Mitsubishi. Is this what you're talking about? So that means Sydney, Sydney, Australia, or Sydney, the actor slash meme slash incel, new hot incel girl. I saw that Elon stuff where he was telling women to be that they're placed. Or did you guys see that Elon repost where he was pumping the guy that said that women are used to being dominated in war and told what to do at home or something insane like that? I saw that, JC. I'm looking at it right now, brother. I think financial juice is kind of funny. Can't to play, have fun. Some guy Dakota Wood wrote thought this was a news only account ? look at the response to these comments. These oh, they're just trashing people right now. I love it. Hell yeah, financial juice ain't hearing none of that bullshit. Financial juice on fire today. I'll type that out. It's fucking fire, isn't it? Look at the replies. He goes, or those guys are going in there and just annihilating. There's like a bunch of people in there. I don't like when you talk politics, bro. He's like, no mocking allowed. this up for you right here. Let me check some other stuff here. So we've got a bunch of earnings. We know that, right? We've got a light economic news calendar. We know that now. We know when Opex is for the month. We know when Vixpiration is for the month. Yeah, Reddit hit in $200. I already told you. I told you, Mass. I told you just accumulate. Reddit. Long-term hold. Still puts the suckers. Yeah, Dakota Wood does, doesn't he? Hold on, I'll shit on him. Hold on. There's a couple of douchebags in there, isn't there? Well, let me find Financial Juice. Let's go in there and thrash him. What did he write? Some weirdo wrote I think I already posted. I responded earlier. I think I did. Nope, I didn't. Hold on here. Who's this Sunny C? Report the news, please. We'll help out Financial Juice today. We'll show them some love. I did respond to some of these. I like it when Financial Juice breaks the fourth wall. Uh-oh, what are they doing over here? Uh-oh. I'm trying to roll this thing down. We know it's going to roll. Let me show you this really quick. Hold on here. Sorry, I'm getting carried away looking at something else. Just note that I've got us rolling. Not right away. But this is like 12 o'clock. I just want to see that last little bing start rolling. Just so you know, I've got us rolling. Just want to see that last little, just the tip. If you got a small PP, you know what I'm talking about, right? Just the tip. Just want to see the tip. Don't care if we don't get it either. It's a good way to kill the morning, huh? Financial Juice today. Okay, I'm going to read some news to you now. No, we're going to go. Let's start with Gamma. Let's see where we are with Gamma right now. Let's get we need updated Gamma in our lives. Let's go down here. Got nice new data, nice new month, right? We knew about the elevator shaft over here, right? We knew if we broke below support that it was an elevator shaft down, right? We did the elevator shaft down. It was messy, right? Starting to break above now. Let's take a look at this fresh for the month. Let's just delete everything. Do you see this? Maybe this helps with the roll. Like to see some of this get taken out. And then a roll to the downside, close all that up. Okay. I don't know that we're done here yet or not. We maybe, might not be. Could see a small back test over here. Clean that up. Then down here, somewhere like that. But we have some new data coming in for the month. 6275 is a clean break for. Remember last week and last month we had some not as firm. We had like support, and then we had positive gamma, but it was very weak. It wasn't supportive at all. So 6275. By the way, do me a favor, like these videos. Please like and subscribe if you can. You could always support us by joining us on the website, joining our community. We do this free every day. There's no, there's no like, you don't sell you Ginsu knives, none of that crap. So I just want you to know here, the 6275, this is the gamma flip. It's kind of firm. It's firmer than it was heading into the end of the month. Now, this is more neutral. For me, when I see the gamma flip, everybody takes it as, it's doom and gloom. It really isn't. It's more gamma neutral than anything. You get good movement in here. You can see nice movements, right? Everybody likes a lot of movement. But it's not necessarily bearish. It's not necessarily deep negative gamma either, which we already know they want to get. Right? We already know that they want to get it, or sellers want to get us into this negative gamma. We need what for that? We need tape bombs from Trump, headline risk. We need big bad data. We need maybe the end of earnings and maybe some like end of month, more negative positioning. We need real money selling. I want you to think right now where we are in the market and think about the bullish sentiment is on a timeline. So I want you to think about that too as we head into events like data or maybe some bad reports or a tape bomb. Or I want you to think about that with the time of sentiment or sentiment timeline. So if we're not high enough and we're if we are trading lower into, let's say, month end, or we get a Opex or expiration unclenched to the downside, that you're still in this like timeline of bullishness where it starts to wane and you go, shit, September is the worst returns of the year, bro. I'm just going to sit this one out and wait until, September end, September Opex for a potential break of trend to the downside, breakout up and to the right, right? There's a way to think about time and sentiment as we move forward. So for right now, we are in positive gamma slightly. There's still movement in here, right? So if gamma flip, this is neutral, and this is negative gamma, and this is deep negative gamma, even up in here. Right? It's kind of still neutral gamma, isn't it? You can still whipsaw on here. A lot of easy, fast movements here. The next thing I want you to show you, the next major support lower, 6270, just underneath. So we can sweep down, kill this stuff. But then the next real true major support is 6220. This is the one that I want you to remember. I want you to remember this one in particular. It's kind of like the end of your bullishness right in here. Under there, it becomes a little more messy. 6200 comes into focus. 6150, 6000 or 6100, and then there's a big drop down to 6000. We're not down there yet, so there's no reason for. I'm not going to post this stuff up, this any lower, until we go down there and start breaking down. You can probably look for it at right here. 6,200 must hold, and this is the wick that I was talking about to you on Friday, and that is important moving forward. I want to remember that this 6,200 no breach is critical. If at any point we start going down there, dipping our wicks down there, it implies that we're coming back to start laddering down, trading 6,100, 6,000, any of that kind of stuff. So that's kind of important in here. We're at trading 61 or 6313 right now. There's a positive gamma bar at 6,300. It's weak. Next major bar is 6325.
Trump on Truth Social says India is not only buying massive amounts of Russian oil, they are then, and for much of the oil purchased, selling it onto the open market for big profits. They don't care how much. They don't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by the Russian war machine. Because of this, I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India to the US. Thank you for your attention. So again, the key point there I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India to the US.
6350. This is
by Trump there.
Not top of the market, but small gamma wall. There we go, right there. There's a lot of supply there. And your next one is 6,400. Big boy. $63.50. That's a big wall. That's it right there. Okay, ready? Big wall up here. Doesn't mean we can't get above it, but there's a big wall there. This is kind of the call wall. This is really the call wall, 63.50. This would be call wall and top. Okay, you're going to expect a bunch of supply up here, and you should not be long in here. This is all FOMO zone. As we get up here, also note that real support's right here.
So for the back of the headline, did see the...
Do not want to see a trade below 6,200. Fairly easy. So ready? Ready? Buyer. Get out. Seller. Get out. Right in there. So you can see it. Zone we're trading. post this up for you in the Discord. Hang tight here. Nope, 100%. We're going to go over those earnings here in just a bit. You're hungover? That's good to be hungover. I did do the or I won't say that in public. I'll tell you something later. Hold on once. Give me like 5 minutes here. Just a quick minute here. I'm gonna refresh my coffee really quick. Hold on here. There we go. Oh, you did go to the Dead concert? I was supposed to go to that with you, wasn't I? I can't do it right now. I've got like the fall is literally chasing on me. My dude, I got like stuff I don't even want to talk about. Like I got like I'm being like I don't know. I get taken advantage of, I think. I think my wife and kids take advantage of me, I'm not sure. I was talking to it's like I was up late last night with my oldest daughter. We tend to get together on Sunday nights. I don't know why that is. And it's like she needs stuff, right? She needs like a transportation pass, and she needs like like all the shit kids needs, and she's going to college. And so it's like, okay, you want this? Do you have a rain jacket? Like she's becoming an adult, and yet still she's, it's like do you have underwear? Do you have socks? Okay, show me your socks. And she's got like, none of her socks match. It's like you're missing socks too. You don't even have the right or the left. You just got like a bunch of lefts. And then they've got like I think she's got 4 people in her dorm. So like and they're all from Massachusetts. And so I guess they've already bought the refrigerator and their microwave, probably on credit or something. And they're like, "Well, we need you to get the vacuum and the air purifier." And it's like, "What do you need? What?" And like, these are girls, so like they want like the Dyson or some shit, and then they want like the best air purifier you can find, more than likely. And I don't know. It's just more like my wife like hit me with a bunch of other shit that I didn't know about, and I just fucking paid like fucking $50,000. I'm like, then you need another fucking 10 grand for like all this other bullshit, and now you're asking for another fucking 10 grand. I'm like, this is fucking pure insanity. Oh, and then I was looking at fucking flights. I'm like, so I'm like doing the flights with the oldest last night.
Sees active users
Just like
rising to 700 million from 500 million in the last year, according to CNBC.
Yeah, well, then I'm like, so like I was looking at flights, and it was, I think I didn't do this, but like if you do the weekend flight, a round trip weekend flight for Labor Day for Boston, the dirt cheap, like $212 or something, like United or American
Washington,
or Delta
DC,
or whatever.
German Finance Minister Klingbeil says positive that there is a deal, but there is a lot to clarify with the US.
Then I was like, oh well, okay, I want arrive in Boston for Labor Day weekend and return December 19th for winter break. And they're like, oh, sorry, buddy, that's a $400 fucking ticket. Nope, $675. Nope, $700. I'm like, God damn it.
That there is a trade deal, but there is a lot to clarify with the US.
So I'm like, I probably could, like, literally, it was like $700 and some dollars when I was done.
We were too weak in negotiations. We cannot be satisfied.
I'm like, I'd be better off buying a fucking round trip ticket for this weekend, for this Labor Day weekend, and then another round trip, and just don't even use the other ticket. Like, literally, don't use it. Just like, don't take the flight. Would be cheaper doing it that way. Yeah, dude, I got the suitcases out. I did that with her this week. I'm like, I want your suitcases out. We have like a family room. I'm like, put the suitcases in the family room. I was like, I use these vacuum sealer bags, or I do these. I don't want to talk about what I do with this stuff, but I made some helmets for the family that I pack away. I have I've got like a safe room in my house, and it's got water and food and all that kind of stuff. So I was like, yeah, if you ever need to quickly leave the city and any weird thing, I'll make some helmets. I vacuum sealed. If you ever made boat parts, it's good to vacuum seal epoxy resin and fibers, fiberglass, stuff like that. And if you can vacuum seal them, they make a better repair. So, anyways, I got all that stuff. I'm like, get some of those vacuum sealer bags. We'll start vacuum sealing. Because she bought pillows. I'm like, shouldn't have bought pillows. You could buy pillows and have them delivered to you. I'm like, you're gonna have to vacuum seal that shit. You got to get it in 2 suitcases. Anyways, yeah, that's what I found out. Right? It's a rental scam now for dorm fridges and microwaves. These other 2 women that supposedly took that responsibility on. So I guess I saved my daughter from that nightmare. And I'll just order like a Dyson and have it delivered or something, and have a air purifier delivered. I think that's the thing nowadays because of COVID, and they need air purifiers in their lives. I know. I say dustpan and broom too. Oh, and they don't want the ironing board and iron because it takes up too much space. So they want a steamer. So I'm like talking to my daughter last night, and I'm like, "There's a lot of shit." I'm like, "You got more fucking." And then I did buy her. I bought her tickets for.
We need a quick solution to the trade conflict. Security is important for the German companies.
I bought her tickets back and forth from school. She goes to school and comes home. I got that one, and then I got the other one where she comes back home for Christmas vacation, then goes back to school. I got that ticket done last night, and no love from my wife. You'd think that my wife would shower and praise me with love, but that's not true. And then I didn't get. She wants to go with friends for Thanksgiving, family and friends. Have a Thanksgiving with them, so I didn't do that. And then she wanted me to buy her tickets for spring break, and I was like, don't buy those yet, because if it's spring break, you might want to go with your friends somewhere to go skiing or something that doesn't involve daddy. Like, if you want to come skiing with daddy for President's Day week or whatever, that's fine. I was like, if you don't want to, you don't have to. We don't have to make those plans in stone today. I was like, just leave those open. I was like, if you want to go with your friends, you want to buy a ticket to Miami or something, or wherever it is kids go these days, so be it. We'll deal with that then. A beer cap? I got a beer cap right here. I got this one last week. This one's going to be on the something like it's going to be on the merch. I got the.
Klingbeil says we will address quotas for steel industry with Besant.
Summer internship cap. Yeah. So, anyways, that's what our weekend
Klingbeil
was.
says it's positive that there's a deal, but there's a lot to clarify with the US.
Okay, so now we did Gamma. You guys know where Gamma is. You know where the breakouts are, up and down. Note on that.
Klingbeil says we are in a phase of polarization in Germany, and the government has the responsibility of solving the citizens' problems.
There's one point to make on that Gamma chart, which would be if you see the break higher for a breakout, we don't break out then normally. Sometimes we do, but it's not the norm. You'd want to break out above that big, where I wrote the big wall door to the upside. You either need to break above it and back test it and go. Otherwise, it's a tip, and then we go down. Just be aware of that.
Good relationship.
Same thing with the door to the downside. Even if we pierce it, it doesn't mean we go down just at that moment. We can chase that, but just note that those are the two places that you're looking for continuation of downside or continuation up and right and out of here on that SPX Gamma stuff. Now into some news. Let's catch up to what the market is thinking and what the digestion of this move down was from last weekend into this new week. We know we're light on data this week, right? We know that we have lots of earnings this week. We have more next week. We know that we have Opex middle of the month. It's an inverse of most months where you get expiration first, then Opex. We have the opposite. So there's potential for an unwind.
Full 5% to $2.93.
End of month this month. And we also have the last day of the month, right? I want you to also consider something else. We'll talk about this in a few minutes, but I want you to also consider the JPM collar on the quarter, because we'll also head into the last month of the quarter in September. And there's like a magnet for us to come back down, even if we break out and away from the JPM collar.
German
It's like
finance
floating
minister
at,
Klingbeil
I think it's
via
595.
institutions
595
must
is that
remotely
middle
attend-
strike. So depending upon where we are and how high we get, does that come into focus or not? Matter of fact, let's start there. I was gonna do the news, but let's do the collar if we can, because I don't think I've updated it in a while. I haven't looked at it in a while, but we should. It's gonna matter. I'll put it that way. It is going to matter. So let's go over here to another layout here. I'm gonna bring one up here. JPM collar. I mean, if you guys don't know much about this, I'll show it to you. We're down there. Okay, hold on. Let's go down there and look. Okay, so JPM collar. I haven't really looked at it too much, but we should. And we're gonna. Can I copy? Paste. There we go. Okay, ready? I'm gonna do one over here. We're gonna copy that. Paste. Paste. Cool. Okay. Now, you may not know what the JPM collar is. On its skin, on its surface, the collar is a protective position for JPM, a hedge. It is. Now, there are better hedges, and as time has progressed, there are better ways to hedge yourself in the market than a collar. It's kind of old school, but it works for them, and it's worked for them for a long period of time. So they stick with it. Now, it's become popular in recent years, where it is and its impact on market. There's a greater importance of a collar, and that is that it attempts to retard volatility to the upside and downside. It attempts to rein in too much downside, blasting down or even blasting up. A lot of people follow it. There's 3 of them, or there's the first one, then there's a little one. I think there might be one more, two small ones thereafter with it while we're in the new quarter. It lasts 3 months, 1, 2, 3, and then you get you get the first collar, then you get the smaller one and a smaller one, I think, and then we get into the end of that quarter, and a new JPM collar is put on. So it's meant to manage risk and volatility in their equity portfolio. The strategy involves simultaneously buying an out-of-the-money put options and selling out-of-the-money call options on SPX index. It's a type of protective collar designed to provide downside protection while also limiting upside gains. And this is I want to explain simply what this means. You'll hear people say they want real price discovery in a market. You don't ever want that. It's very crazy and dangerous for all these stupid reasons. You don't want to see markets realizing real price and just whipsawing up and down. You don't want to be a bank selling a product to your clients and having, over a 12-month period, you don't want to be coming to your clients and go, hey, this is how we performed last year. Whatever, ... But we had, fucking outstanding profits in month 1. We lost all your money over here, lost all your money over here. Then we had great profits up here. You kind of want consistency in profits, up or down. Consistency in profits, maybe one bad month. outside of the range expectations, right? But if we're going higher, something you can sell. Stability is what you're aiming for with the JPM collar. So let's look at this month's collar or this quarter's collar. We've got let's mark this out here. We have August 1st, right? And then we've got, let's go back one, right there, the 31st. We've got last day of the month here, right? And then we get this last one, last day.
Fed bids for 6-month bills totaling $4.
This is the one that matters. And no, I ended up having late night dinner with Josie last night. Thank you, I appreciate it. Can't eat anything. Top side of the short calls is 6505. Get a little bit closer in here so you can see it.
U.S. Post proclamation on copper import in Federal Register.
Go a little bit lower here. There we go. It's roughly right there. It's roughly right there. Next one is 5870. Five eight 5870, excuse me. About there. Long puts into September 30th. Right about there. I'll clean this up later so it looks pretty. The short put is 4955. Leave that down there. Kind of see where we are here. We're going to get rid of that because this came off the... Let's look at one more thing in here. There we go. Let's just take a peek here together. You can already see that we sold off. As we approach, this is a detractor right, pushing us off. You shall not pass the 6505. That's the thesis. If we trade above this, it's called popping the collar, if you don't know. Now, there's a magnet down here. If we stay underneath this, there is a magnet as we approach. Oh, that 5870. There's a magnet to this downside, either down here. We can go higher, but there is a magnet. There's like a what'd you call this? Like a repellent to the breakout. And my next question to you would be, even if we were to trade up here, do you think you'd be rolling your calls higher? Then you get September, right, over here, Worst returns of the year, right? This is the worst returns of the year in here.
Yeah, we get the 6-month and 3-month bills.
Probably not, right? Even if you were to squeeze your head up,
Yield of 4,
even if you squeeze your head up in here,
private cover of 3.21.
you know, you're going to be rolling your calls above 6,500, more than likely not.
And a private cover.
So you jackknife this down.
So the US is looking to sell $82 billion in 3-month bills and $73 billion in 6-month bills.
I want you to think about this right here. If you're coming into the worst returns of the year, which is over here, right? Worst returning month of the year is right here. One of them. You would think that even if we were to be able to pop the collar, right? Say pop the collar, it's still all coming back, theoretically, right? If we trade down, just range bound in here, get sucked down in here to go up and get out of here, right? So your seasonal, or not your seasonal, but your quarterly low you're looking to long is probably close to what? Probably close to that 58.70, right? There's also happens to be your kind of your A-frame, right? There's your triangle up here, trying to get long. If we break up and out, you're still looking for that giant suck that, you know, like pull us, drag us down into that weakest month, still up that way. Make sense? Now, if we escaped up here, hold on here. If we escaped up here, I would ask you that same quick question. Let's say we escape up here. Say September is not that bad. I don't think sentiment. I don't think sentiment would quite hit until, you know, we exit this October over here. You know, even if you get up here, right, you're like, yeah, everything's awesome. I still don't think I still think even that is viable. I think it all comes back. And you have to remember that this is all weak. Like September is expected to be weak. October can be weak. So like somewhere in here, just waiting down here seems appropriate, or even where we are. If we don't unlock that door, right? Even where we are, if we don't unlock that downside door, they didn't unlock it this week, right? But even if they don't unlock it, still somewhere right where we are. So either here or lower. I want to show you one where we hit the top. We blast it all the way down here. And they open the door to lower. And I want you to think about, you know, if you're looking for a seasonal low, where is it probably at? Somewhere down in here. 6,598, maybe a wick down there, off and running. If there was a seasonal low, probably where it's at. Can we trade up here? Yep. But I would also think that nobody's going to be trying to roll calls up here. I would think that any of these higher highs is profit taking. Hey, I had 6,500 on. I'm going to trade those in, right? Get the money. Get me out of here. Fooled me once, fooled me twice. There's a trap up here likely for bulls, even if we trade up here. It's still more supply. And these bulls are likely lower, trying to get long into end of year, more than likely. So is the top in? Can't guarantee it, can you? Can't guarantee the top is in. Could sentiment change that we're just going to do this in the end of the year? I doubt it. I doubt it. And if it can, we can trade it up and chase it if we need to. But I don't think there haven't been too many falls. There's been a few. 2024, we did just that. But I don't think they're, like, on average, if you look at that, like, we'll repeat 2024. Seeing those repeat years, very rare, very, very uncommon. So be looking for that low to buy into the end of the quarter. 580.70, maybe just above it. 6,000, 592, 5920, somewhere in there.
3-month bill, prior high yield of 4.23.
Seems a pro.
Prior bid cover 3.21. 6-month bill, prior high yield of 4.12%, and prior bid cover 3.
In the meantime, we're trading all this here. You know that supply is going to come in somewhere at that 65.05 if we're able to get to it at any point. Just another reason to sell. So if you are a seller, you know where to be. You're just pinging them here, pinging them here, pinging them here, and down we go at some point. Flush them to the downside. That's all I've got here on JPM Caller, if you were wondering about it. Market's still holding up, trading sideways right now. We're going to look for that 12 p.m. and see if the sellers can come in. We'll move this over. I still want to see that new high. Still have not seen it. Actually, we did this one already. Just looking for that last little bit. I'd actually like to see it more like this. Just a little tip. And then the roll down to the downside. It doesn't even have to go that high. Go like there. Actually, we could draw this like this. Just looking for that last little kick higher and then the rollover. News. And then earnings. White House NEC Director Hassett says President Trump will always listen to countries who want to make offers, but tariffs are resolved. And the period of tariff uncertainty is behind us. He's saying that the deals are done, whether the country has accepted it or not. They're willing to work with these countries, but if they want to go tit for tat, he's more than willing to escalate and ladder a trade dispute into trade war. President Trump will soon announce a new Federal Reserve governor to replace Adriana Kugler, which may speed up the selection of the next Fed Reserve chair. No major updates on trade since last Thursday's announcements of higher tariffs for several key trading partners. But Canada remains optimistic about reaching a trade agreement with the U.S. The President Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Carney scheduled to talk this week. Check this really quick.
Shortly expecting the 3-month and 6-month bill auction data.
Just take a peek at this really quick. Let me just check seasonality really quick. You guys want to look at this with me? You can. Let's look at a few things together here. Move this. Oh, I got daughters fighting. Probably fighting over like what they're wearing and bringing to camp. Bet. Okay. First thing we're going to look at here is just seasonality. And we were just talking about the JPM collar. Now this is a seasonality calendar that does not include second term presidents in bull markets and what the seasonality of that is. But I do want to show you this is 6 years of bull runs. Look at our 5-year average of what we're doing here for seasonally. And you can see this nice little drop right in here. And this actually allows for some new all-time highs. You see that? And then a new market low. So I want you to see this right here. It's kind of important for you to look at. I want you to see, seasonally at least, there's some kind of a bottoming in here, and then a new all-time high. That's that 65.05 on the JPM collar, 6,500. So, Chase, if you're looking right now, if you're watching, right, like if you want that capitulation, you could be waiting. And this is like that 600, isn't it? 610, 612, 600, 592 over here. So let's look at some trading days in this, okay? Let's look at this is probably the 169th trading day. Oh, no, we got it right here.
High yield of 4.16%.
169
and a bit cover of
trading day.
3.17%.
So the 169th trading day, I just happen to have it in front of me.
28.41% of bids at high and selling $87 billion. US 6-month bills with a high rate of 3.98% and a bid cover of 3.14, awarding 98.27% of bids at high and selling $77 billion.
I might have this wrong. I hand wrote this. That's September 4th. So that's September 4th. So they're saying you want to be out by the first week of September. You want to be out of being long, right? And then you've got over here, one here. Getting a frozen screen here. Come on now, you can do it. So remember, September 4th. Hold on here. I'm getting a little bit sloppy here with over there. This is all from Gamma Labs. It's up. And then you've got a bottom somewhere in here of the we get a date. Get this to pop up. Come on now. $189th trading day. I'm losing power here. I don't know what's going on. 189th trading day. And that is so you got September 4th. Right there. Just draw these in for myself too. September 4th, get out of the market. And then 189 is October 2nd. October 2nd. We can look at this together. Let's look at something else really quick. Let's look at CTAs. And spin some of this up. I don't know if I can get this going. Like I've had 2 power flashes. All right, maybe not. So we're looking for this. Have this right? What they're saying, I'm going to draw this out for you right now. Right there. September 4th. This is October 2nd. There. JPM caller. Let me just check this really quick, make sure it's right. Can I add something in there? Where do I have that one? Where do I have that one? No, I've got that chart somewhere. So I want to show you the bear case here. If you're in the Discord, I want you to look at I want you to look at all three charts that I just posted in there. One's more bearish than the first two, but there is some collusion in all of these charts. What does that say? It says, you're looking for that, late September, like let's call it the 15th of September into middle of October for a seasonal low, regardless of how we, on average, trade this season. So if you're a bull, no matter what performance is now into, let's call it the 169th trading day or something like that, you can see that the sellers are going to be there to sell us down. And you're also, if you're a bull, probably no matter what, for that end of year trade, you're looking for like that middle of October, right? Get long, no matter where price is, to get long. And when you even look at, what I want you to look at is, I want you to look at that June, July, that June low. I showed it to you in the beginning of the broadcast today when I said, they didn't do it Friday, right? Maybe they'll do it on the open. We're still going higher. We want to reject like 36, 34, 30. But I want you to think about that unlocking the door to the downside, if they do it, if they can do it. And then I want you to look at the prior month, which is June, not July. I want you to look at June. If they unlock June's, if they unlock the low for June, I want you to be looking at that June candle. We'll look at it again right now together really quick. Go back to a month. I want you to think of, this is July, right? We have not yet unlocked that downside move. But if we do at some point, either right fucking now, September, October, you unlock that, you take away this, you erase that July candle, almost all of it, right? And then you unlock that other June sweep lower. It still sits there, 592, 604, 608. And that's the low that you're actually looking for. If we can catch it between now and mid-October, let's call it, at the latest. So, Chase, if you're watching, I hope that your shit is dated far enough out for Doom. As far as like seasonality, averages, that kind of stuff, you could get it now, bro. But if you have to wait, you may have to wait until potentially middle of October. It could be sideways and messy. Theta Gang's probably loving life right now. If I had to guess, if I was Theta Gang, I'd be like, fuck yeah, let's do this. We're gonna, like, you know, just murder all these people up and down. Chase could be here like on fucking, it'll be like 2 months from now. Finally, like, yes, I fucking got it. It took fucking month and a half. Well, it's almost 2 months. Month and a half. Could take a month and a half to get there, bro. That's why I believe in leaving the hedge on. Air fryer. Bring an air fryer to college. I was doing the she said they had 2 private bathrooms, so their dorm room has, from what I was told, 2 private bathrooms. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe it's 1 private bathroom for 4 girls. They got a kitchenette. I told her to wait on some of that shit. I was like, if you want the water heater for your ramen, and you want you want the water heater for your ramen or whatever, like all that fucking shit, just wait till you get there. She told her friends too. She was like, I'm not bringing much. She's like, I'm flying here. I guess they're all from Massachusetts, so they're like, you should get this and get that and get this. And I'm like, no, I'll fucking Amazon that shit to you. There's no way that I'm gonna like buy a vacuum cleaner and then mail it myself to Amherst or whatever, Boston. We ain't doing that. Hell no. That's what I said. I was like, we ain't doing that. I'm like, wherever you can fit in your suitcase. Not only that, but like, I didn't tell her, like, you're gonna need more shit. You know, like, if you go on a ski vacation, you're gonna go that vacation, this vacation. Like, these kids have this shit under. They're pretty good at it though. Like, this one girl was like, you got to bring 3 towels. You only need 2, but you don't want to have to go to like the beach somewhere. Maybe you don't have beaches where you go to college, but let's just say you just wind up at a beach somewhere. I'm like, oh god, here we go. You know, you never know. You don't want to be taking your because we got, as a matter of fact, that's how we do things. We got like big bath sheets, I think they're called, but they're like gray. You know, they're like giant sheets. And then we have or beach towels. Like, you got to bring the extra beach towel just in case. You never know. You don't want to be going to the beach with your normal bath towels. It'll look kind of gross. You got to look good for the boys. I was like, okay, all right, whatever. I don't know. Bring 3 towels. Grab and then I'm like, does she need a new beach towel, or can she use the crappy old ones that we have? Because these kids are, you know, kids are. They have images to uphold still. She's going to the University of Massachusetts. She got a full fucking ride to the University of Michigan, and she intentionally sabotaged that school. That's a true story. I literally live here today partially because of the in-state, cheap, kick-ass public institution of the University of Michigan. It's like number 2 public institution this year. I think I ranked number 2. It's baller. It's on par with Elon went to school, right? For his undergrad. It's a great school, public institution for research, kick-ass. And she didn't want to go. And she didn't tell me. Oh boy, working through that was no fun. I was very angry about it. She wants to travel, and she wants to live somewhere not near home. And she has family and friends in New England, and so she wants to be near them. And you know, you have your thoughts for your children, and you have to fight not fight with them, but as a parent, you have to constantly fight with, I'm going to burn this relationship down and kick her out. Am I going to give her the silent treatment? Am I going to display my displeasure with where we are right now? Am I going to force her? Whatever, like all that stuff. Is she dancing on a pole and doing drugs? Is she pregnant? She's a teenage girl. She's not any of those things. I can't really, get mad at her. It's a very hard thing, or it's not a very hard thing, but as a man, for me, it's hard. My dad was brutal towards me, and I never forgave him for that. So I try not to be like that with my oldest daughter. I'm trying to be the man my father wasn't for my kid. I'm angry though, but I got over it. And that's the important part. I didn't take it out on her. So I told her my displeasure. That's awesome, fish frying. That's rad, bro. That's rad. That's super rad. Well, that was my thing too. As it's UMass is a great school. Don't get me wrong. Very happy. They did give her a bunch of. They did give her some merit-based scholarships, so I didn't get completely run over with. I paid cash for the tuition, but she got some full ride stuff, which is good too, but nowhere near what she would have had at University of Michigan. You can only do so much for your kids. I'm impressed that she's done as much as she has. I think that it's easy. I think probably the biggest trap for a child, for a young adult and a child, probably the biggest trap in life is not valuing wisdom from older people. Probably the biggest trap. And I think it's normal. I don't think there's anything abnormal about that. What happens to them along the way while they're doing that is the fly, right? I think that's where you don't know where they're going to make mistakes. How bad is the mistake? Is it something that ruins their entire life? Is it something that they aren't aware that's going to ruin their whole life, or is it something they can recover from? And you know that that's going to happen, right? Nobody has a perfect life. Even if they seem like they do, they don't. You seem to find your way into, you either get sick or you get hurt or you die, right? Sometimes it's unintended, right? Panel falls off the roof and hits you in the head, and you just try to live the best life that you can. And then when you encounter those challenging times in life, how do you react to them? So, it can only it's not going to be perfect. Not, So UMass Amherst, go UMass, go Minuteman. I think it's Minuteman. Yeah, University of Massachusetts. Her aunt, her aunt graduated from Harvard for grad school. I'm assuming that's what her plan is. Do something like that. Still trying to hit this new high right now. Still trying to grind up, hit this 630. There is supply up here. Just note that's why we're grinding sideways right now. There is a bunch of supply here. No two ways about it. There's also a big gap above it. Fairly large gap. They're going to come in and try to sell this. Without a doubt. Okay, so few things, right? We want to see quick recovery. We don't want to see new lows just yet. There are a couple different outcomes here. We'll pay attention for them. If we see them, we'll let you know. Otherwise, way is higher. If you're a bull, you want to see full recovery quickly as you fucking possibly can. The sooner you can make an all-time high, the better as a bull. If you want bullishness, if you want the bullish outcome here, all-time high. Even if it comes back, doesn't matter. You want the all-time high. You want to set on these bears, freak them out, put the screws to them. They ain't getting out. It ain't that easy. Nothing's that easy. God, that's me. That's me, Adam. Bad man. That's me. Yeah, that's where I am. Like, you know how it is. You're a dad. You want like, you should do this and you should do that. I'm going to be your planner of life, and I don't want you to make any mistakes. And you know, like, at what fucking point? What fucking point is she gonna be able to do her own thing, right? Make her own decisions. You know, I like at some point I gotta let it go, right? Let her do her thing. Daddy wants you to do this. When you meet a boy, I want to be in the room with you to make sure you're making the right decision on the right boy. Like, yeah, that shit works until it doesn't, right? If I exert even more control, she's gonna hate me even more, right? But Daddy doesn't understand me. I always do these voices. My daddy doesn't love me. My daddy doesn't listen to me. You never told me ever that you wanted to leave Michigan to go somewhere else. Yes, I did, Daddy, late one night years ago. I'm like, oh God, here we go. Yeah, I didn't have that rule because I thought we were all on board for University of Michigan. Dude, I bought all the gear. I took out all the University of Michigan things. Like, I did the whole thing. Rah, 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 go University of Michigan. Squeeze it up there and tag it. Slap the shit out of it before. Yeah, there you go. Get up there and do it. Oh, yeah, that feels good, doesn't it? Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Get on up there. I think we can even go higher. I think it's possible we could trade like 632.87, 630. Yeah, somewhat possible for a roll. We could even roll down here and then pump it tomorrow and then get the sell. It's possible. Yeah, get up there and touch them. Yep, get up there. We got 632.93 up there. Oh. It's right up here. Oh yeah, it's right there. See that? What? That's R3 up there. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Just poke our heads up there and just see what's up. What's going on? I mean, we don't know yet. We're coming into 12 o'clock right now. We're going to find out, aren't we? Do the buyers come in and take us all the way up to you know, the no lube zone? The no lube zone up here. No lube. No lube zone. It's kind of like it's kind of like Zap Zone. Okay, so we just tagged 630.11. They're raging right now. I want you to know that. They're mad. Not only that, but here we are right now. Let's see where they are. I always like to see where the sellers are. Oh yeah, they're right here. They're definitely going to start getting angry here. Let's go look at this really quick. Oh yeah. Look angry over there. You can see them. You want to see how angry they are? See that right there? See that one right there? Go look over there at SPX. See right here? This is where the pain is right here. There's like pain here. Pain there. A little bit of a thing over there. I'm gonna try to come in here. But not before we put the pain on them. You want to see it? That's where the no lube is in here. There ain't no lube in here. But we do want to be watching this, don't we? Want to see if they get in there and start selling us down if we're still on trend to that downside move. Do we squeeze them for a little bit? then come on down here and start to fill some of that gap to go higher. Okay? Even higher than that. So you can watch it down there. Let's draw this in here for you right there. Right in there, some range expansion. See that right there? Here it is. Let's see if the buyers come in at 12 or not. Just note that you will get selling. Even if we're going to go higher, you're going to get selling here. They're going to try to tell you no. All we need to do, we got the new high right here. You see it? Got the nice little wick right here. Just looking for a back test, start taking these guys out into 130 this afternoon. There is supply here. Yes. There's supply here. There's supply right here. So right here. I'm gonna try to sell you down in here. This is the no lube zone right here. It's gonna hurt. Whenever you get the no lube zone, they're gonna come in and get aggressive to the downside. We'll look for the roll. If we see it, we'll let you know. Ways higher. A little bit higher. Well, I got like 632.87 as the real sell, unless we begin rolling off the 1 minute trigger. Remember, we got to be fast here. If you're a buyer, you want to see like vertical up. I prefer 1 day, but I'll take 2. You want to see as much as we can get back. Yeah, I looked at when I was saving for my oldest, I looked at savings plans, and then I looked at there were too many rules for me. Same thing with life insurance. I've been required to have life insurance over my lifetime. Not required right now to have life insurance, which is nice. But I do put monies away for into the stock market for them. As a matter of fact, FDX I'm going to give to my kids. I think the stock market has better returns for life insurance and for savings for kids. Like major seasonal lows, bear market lows, anything you can do to like help the kids out. That's how I learned that from my father-in-law. He did that for his kids. He bought the stock market over the course of 20 years, and then he just gave them the certificates, the literal paper certificates. Yeah, I don't bother. I figured too, if I'm gonna die, if they do like the death life insurance policies, you can do that, I guess. I like real estate, stock market, that kind of stuff. Either of those, I think, works way better, especially today's day. With the real estate, to me, I look at real estate today. I really do think that they want no landowners. The like pay to rent. Like you got to pay for this for your refrigerator work. You got to pay for that for your. No, we do have the heated seats, but you got to pay every month. Can I buy the heated seats? Nope. You got to pay the every month fee for it. Shit. I think that's the future. Everything. I think our entire future will be, or they're going to attempt I think if you're like a real property owner, like whether that's gold or I think being a real owner of anything that appreciates in value it's not an easy thing to do either. Like full on own shit and not leverage it is not easy. I mean, you can leverage it, like you can leverage timberland, like you're selling timber off of land and stuff like that, but I mean leverage it negatively, like where you take a loan from it, the value of it, and then you don't use that loan for something that is low risk that appreciates. I think that's an issue. I think the pitfalls become larger too as these generations pass. I don't think. I think if you're an owner of anything that appreciates a value, you will be in that upper class. And I don't think a lot of people understand the difference too in real wealth and you're still part of the system kind of wealth. I don't know if it's fuck you money or not, but it's a hard one. I think that it'll become even more of a like our capitalist system is meant to wash you out and then give a new generation a chance. Ownership. I don't know if that changes. Or they try to wash you out even more and then you can't be an owner. Almost like serfdom. You've heard these guys, there's some of these like tech, like I'm not a fan of these like tech bro CEOs. I'm not down with these guys at all. I got more and more, I despise them more and more as the years pass. My mind is blown that we allow them to do what they do right now. I'm shocked. Some of these guys talk about reinstituting a monarchy form of government. That would be serfdom. You don't own anything. You don't own any of the land that you're on. You don't own, you can't harvest food in the old school version of that. But they're definitely trying to send us there right now. And I don't know how that works in a capitalist society. I mean, you can kind of see it with China. They were able to invariably keep a dictatorship, and they still have some socialism. I don't know if it's socialism, communism, where it works, and then it's not socialism; it's more like communism. It's like a dictatorship with communism, and then they use capitalism to their advantage because it doesn't work with full-on communism. Utopia communism doesn't work on its own. Most far left, far right ideologies don't work if like put a governor on some of that stuff for them to function. But I do wonder about that. I think about it, and then it puts me back into this like I swerve away from when I was growing up. My parents were true boomers, and they didn't pass any of that wealth on. They lived longer. There's a great documentary on this. It's about the villages. I think she's German. There's a documentary filmmaker that made a documentary that Vice distributed. It's about the villages in Florida. The best part of that, I watched the documentary and I was like, it's all like lots of different ideas from it. And then I watched the director interview, and a guy from Vice interviewed her. And I thought that was better, or it was the bookend. It kind of tied that whole documentary together. Because the documentary did a good job of not really assigning blame to boomers. It tried to explain why boomers are where they are and how they got there, and they lived longer. I'm not going to go into it here in the show, but basically, in the U.S. until 60s, 70s, If your parents are getting old, your grandparents, great this, great that. You would have those people get old at home. You still see this in Asian cultures today. You still see it in European cultures today. You don't see it in U.S. culture. And there was this break where boomers were living longer. They had the chance to, when they were young, rebel a little bit. They had a rebellion, of course, in the late 60s, early 70s. And they're living longer. They get to keep their penises harder for longer. They are they're first generation to really be exposed to having wealth. So they're able to go dancing and be able to go hunting and biking and skiing and all this other cool stuff. And in the U.S., we had a shift where they weren't willing to get old. They're like, well, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to keep our money. We're going to keep our retirements. We're going to have fun. And there was a break between their kids, my generation. That's where it started. And then you had the rise of the internet, and then happy places for people. You know, like I like being on Truth Social. I like being on Reddit. I like being on BlueSky. I like being on X, whatever your happy place is. Facebook took advantage of that. They morphed into the boomer social media, and they gave Instagram for the little bit younger, and then Snap, of course, for the even younger. So you can like graduate to your own happy place. And of course, boomers have their own thoughts in the U.S. And then you had the break with kids for a multitude of reasons, very complex. Now we wind up here today, right? But it makes me think about my own kids because I'm like, Jesus, my parents never considered leaving me anything, and now I'm all of my thought processes on leaving shit for my kids. I'm like, I'm gonna give my kids everything that I possibly can, so they don't get fucked in life. Because I think that's where we're headed. I'm not leaving it to them for their own wealth. I'm leaving it to them as protection. Like I'm fearful for their future. Very fearful for their future, or in their kids' future, if they have kids, descendants. I don't know why I feel like that. I shouldn't have to feel like that right now. I should be able to, like, you know, piss it all away and kick them out on their own to make their own lives. If that's the new American way, and I don't feel like that at all. I'm like reverting to this, like, well, like I feel like at every turn they're being, it's catfished or, like the traps to fucking their credit up. You don't need college. I think that's bizarre to me. I think for some people they don't, but I think it's bizarre to be like, you know, if your child is smart enough or intellectually inclined enough, they shouldn't go to college. I think they're bizarre. I think the humanities are required, not required, but they're needed for agency. It's not all just math. I think there's some part of humanities that keeps us, and I'm sure that none of these companies want this. They don't want the humanities in your life. They don't want you to know how to write an essay. They don't want you to know how to critically think. And you're probably not needed to critically think in the future. So the less of you that can, the better. Matter of fact, sit down over there and just use the math that you know to write the code that I need. But don't think. And I think that's dangerous. I think it's dangerous. Like AI being able to critically think for you is fucking bizarre. They don't have serendipity. Not even AGI wouldn't have serendipity. You could fake it maybe, but I don't think that's a reality. It's maybe until robotics come into play, they escape and get out and about and around. Until then, there's nothing better than serendipity for a human. It's one of the one things that separates us from everything. Is chance, serendipity, unintended randomness. Those are hard to fuck with. It's hard for any intelligence to mess with. Is almost like the butterfly effect. and how people act to that. So, I'm still a proponent of the humanities. Yeah, it's if you watch that video, you can look it up. Look up the villages, watch it, and then watch the interview afterwards. It comes together, and you start to understand where boomers are and why they're where they are and why they act the way that they do and why younger generations are like, why are they doing this? And it's all their fault when it really isn't. You can understand at least where they're coming from. Like, where are they coming from? Why are they doing this? We don't see it as much in Europe. There's some of it in Europe, but it's still not prevalent. There's in Asian cultures and European cultures, there still is this connection from younger and older generations still there on average. But in the U.S., not so much. The U.S. Broke from that history. No, there's other things that play though too. There's more of this too that wasn't discussed in that documentary. So, if you know anybody that goes to trade shows for business to business sales, anyone, you go to like you can see it yourself, like dog grooming, funeral homes, hardware stores, anything that has been consolidated. Guys and gals with $15,000 suits are showing up to where all these business owners hang out. They show up to like, hey, we're gonna do a big, I don't know, doodad convention. All the guys and the gals are getting together for the big, scissors convention coming up here in Las Vegas. And the PE and VC guys are all showing up there too. And they're like, hey man, you got 10 scissor stores, bro, all in Milwaukee. And it's worth $50 million. Good money. You can pass that along to your son, Bobby. Or not? Yeah, you got Bobby Jr., right? You got Main Street Bob. You gonna give this to Bobby Jr. to fuck it up? What about Bobby Jr.'s grandkids? He's gonna fuck it up too. How about I give you $75 million? You can just pay Bobby off with $10 million. And so Bobby Sr.'s like, that makes so much sense. So the VC grabs those 10 scissor stores outside of Milwaukee. And then Bob has to make the decision if he's going to give his son or his daughter that money. And all of a sudden, Bob Sr. is like, well, that fucking kid's always talking about some bullshit that I don't agree with. Maybe I'll only give him $1 million. Maybe I won't even give him the $1 million. Maybe I'll just help him out when he needs help, and I'll leave him some money at the end when I finally die. You know what I mean? And then you get the break in society between adult or boomers and their kids and stuff. You need to start assigning greed to all of this. And oh, by the way, what someone just posted, right? Then you get retirement, right? So Bob Sr. is now sold his 410 scissor places. He's got some you do this and you do that, and I'll do that with you to the kid. And then who comes knocking next? The Villages does, right? The Villages is like, well, it's going to cost you like this money. How many millions are you worth? You were going to give your son that money? You're out of your fucking mind? No, keep that money in reserve. You can give it to him when you're dead. Sign here in the dotted line. Thank you very much. Another VC, right? All right, now let me take that 50 million, that other 20 or 10 or 15 that we gave you extra. By the way, now that you're even sicker, we're going to put you into a new retirement community, and we want you to sign over everything else that you have left. And then before you know it, kids get nothing. One way or another, there's always a shark or a wolf there. And so, like, the insidiousness of that is Bob Sr. probably should have kept those companies. Bob Sr. probably should have held on to, like with an iron fist, held on to those 10 scissor stores. This is the thing that we're losing. is that passing along generational wealth, not just in cash, but in something that pumps out the money printer, right? The tree of money is the 10 scissors stores. And so we see that consolidation everywhere, all over the place, right? It's happening all over the place. So like that insidiousness is
no longer
everywhere.
considers itself bound by
It would-
moratorium on deployment of short and medium range missiles.
If I was a bank or financier or VC, a PE fund, if I was any of those things, I would want more dissension amongst generations. More the better. Any way that I can pry those things for, profit out of your hands, the better off I am. If I can consolidate all of the funeral homes and milk it till it's dry for all of its profit, and then dump it and break it up, and go through all those, like the max chase profit. Max chase, always chase profit. That's where we head, right? You break down cult or societal norms between generations. You pay them cash. It looks great, but it doesn't make any more money, does it? And then they're getting older, so then you can start to take the money on the back end on retirement, homes, retirement communities, all that kind of stuff. And you flush and wash them out. And then when Bob Jr. doesn't get anything, right? Bob Jr. was promised 10 scissor stores. He wound up with a promise of cash, and I'll help you get through college, and I'll help you buy your first house, and if I had anything left over, I'll leave it to you, right? And it gives another window to take all that money away. And what's crazy is, let's say Bob Jr. doesn't get anything. Bob Jr.'s son grows up, Bob the Third, and he's like, well, I want to open a scissor store like my grandpappy. And there's a VC there. Hey, you wanna rent one? I own one. Way worse terms than your dad was gonna offer you. I got a bunch of them. I got 10 in Milwaukee. You can have those. Can I own them? Fuck no. I'll put you on a layaway plan though. You can pay me that money and all that interest. It was way more than I took it from your grandfather for. You know what I mean? It was like a constant erosion of capitalism, permanently chasing profit. They'll never find. I don't know that. Well, I think there is a point where you can't keep chasing profit, but they're ingenious in the continuation of chasing profit. These are the smartest people in the world working on that constantly. Very, very intelligent people. Chasing profit is a very well paid job in life too. If you can show how you can continue to chase profit. Let's try to break up here, catch a new high. Buyers still here on Monday. This is good to see to an extent for the intraday stuff, but remember, for buying dips on Monday, Tuesday, we're likely going to sell whatever that high is for the rest of the week. I'm going to try to get more lows. Got this going up into right about 1:30. 1 o'clock, 1:30, start looking for the roll. So we can catch a little bit of pullback at between 1. It starts 1 o'clock. Not really 1, more like 1:30, 2 p.m. Should probably push that over a little bit. It's a little. I'm a little early here intentionally. You can move this over. Potentially more upside up here. That 2 o'clock fuckery, as they call it. Over there. I thought you would have bought the bottom this morning if you thought that the Qs were going to ramp. We're almost near the roll. We got a little bit more to go. 629.91. I'd like to see us trade closer to 632 and change. We're near a roll. We're closer to a roll than a breakout, in my view. Even though this looks huge. I think you'll catch supply in here. Just all for selling. The buy was in the open. Let's check a few things here. Yeah, why do they keep saying that? I keep reading that mixed things on. I keep reading mixed things on. Let me talk to you guys about something here, okay? I want to be very clear in something. You're gonna hear a lot of. Noise around this. You're going to hear a lot about like COTs, CTAs, and vol control funds being at the top. That's not true. They are buyers on up tape. They're buyers on flat tape. Do you know where the flat tape is for them? 6,000. There is no like forced selling from asset managers, long short funds, vol control gang, where they amplify downside moves, unless we trade below 6,000, and we got to hold there. Like we got to like hit 6,000, begin to reject it. They're either flat or they're buying in all scenarios down to 6,000. Just a word of wise to you out there if you're following people pontificating about vol control, CTAs and COTs. They are like the flat tape for them is 6,000. Down tape for them is below 6,000. And so in flat tape scenarios and in up tape scenarios, they're still buyers, and they will be buyers into the end of the year in those scenarios. Just want to be clear on that. You're going to hear a lot of shit talking about that, like, oh, it's peaking. This is the top for the year for those guys, all those folks. Not true. Those guys are buyers in all scenarios, unless we trade below 6,000. They would love to see us trade 6,000 to be buyers, but don't think that they're like up here going to help some kind of downside move. That ain't not true. Not true. You need to see below 6,000 and a rejection of it. They will remain long and they will add in all scenarios unless we're below 6,000. What else do I have for you here? Trying to see what else I can find off just to get us ready for the week. I don't see anything else. By the way, if you're just joining us, you should go back and watch the whole morning show. It's like you got the primer from now into October, the basic gist. Yeah, I don't know what these fucking guys are saying here. What else? Trying to see if there's anything else I gotta read here for you guys. I don't see anything. It is noteworthy that Reddit. We want to talk about Reddit here. I'm gonna give you guys a bunch of tickers that are on the move to the upside. Here we're back to risk on. A-Lab, congratulations. Reddit, congratulations. I'm gonna give you some tickers. Tickers for consideration. We're going to go with this one right here. We've talked about this one already in the past. That's made some nice kick-ass moves already. We're going to look at this one right here. This is another one we've rehashed in the past. Then we've got, dude, Hinge still in there. I got a couple others. We're going to look at some of these together. We've got one new one. Yeah, that one's still got more legs in it, so we'll leave that one in there. Now, I want you to know that. These are not Reddit and A-Lab are close to tops in my view. There's a couple of things here we want to talk about. We want to talk about these tickers that I just posted to you inside the Discord. We have two different kinds of picks, or three. I want to talk about all three separately, okay? You'll see people like Winky Face. He's our resident stock guru, in my view. So if you don't know who he is, look for him. His name's Winky Face. He will trade divergent stocks that are driven by events. So if you have, let's say, a basket of Mag 7, they're all going up. And one is dragging, right? Diverging from the group. He likes to pick those stocks. I don't do those. I don't have the time to do them. I really don't. Like, just don't have the time. I usually rely upon him for those, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, nice, let's do it. Then we have meme stocks. There's absolutely no intrinsic value in any of those tickers. Those are just pure squeeze plays. We've had memes for decades, but we now focus on meme baskets that Wall Street does too. They short these things to the depths of hell, and then they lay off them. Short them again, lay off them. So if you're looking for those two trades, they're separate. And then we have spec growth. And spec growth is they've got great fundamentals, great technicals. their accumulation over long periods of time. You make a basket of those in a bull run, big basket, right? You add to this basket. And whenever they come down to a place where you want to get long, you set an alert and you add to that position during a bull run. Now, when we go into a bear market, we're going to flip all of this. And we'll go, hey, we're in risk off with spec growth. We're going to look to sell all of the spec growth along and get outsized gains on the way down. So just right now, that's the awareness for this one right here. So I just posted all these tickers for you in here. We're going to look at a couple tickers here because they're getting a little long in the tooth. We're going to look at Reddit and ALAB, and then we're going to look at the newest one that we added. We'll look at, if we can quickly look at them all, we will. Do it on the show here for you quickly. Let's we're gonna close that one out there. We've got SPX there. Gamma, we're gonna go to hot stocks. Hot stocks. Okay, take a look at these together. I'm not going to do an in-depth analysis on these. You guys already know how to do that. I show it to you here in the show. I do want to show you this one right here. This is Sezzle, S-E-Z-Z-L-E. Pretty nice, right? I want to bring you to this for one important reason. I want you to notice the equal high bat wing over here, and I want you to like just watch this. Like when you get that new high right here, right? Like you're watching for those breakouts. You know, if you like, there's one idea here where you get the new high and then you retrace, and then you go higher for the breakout, right? But then there's also the breakout that holds, and it did that. It broke out and traded a new high. Smashed to $180. And this could be a top in SEZL, but whether it is or isn't, we don't know. We also know that there's, of course, lots of supply at 200. This is actually a great example of a topping pattern that you don't know, or tops take time. You get the big hammer candle up here, and then they can take time to roll. You can also have breakouts here. Now we break out up here, right? And like, boom, we're up above 200, right? Trading 220 or whatever, and start climbing to the upside with continuation here later in the year. There's September, there's October. There's your last leg into the end of the year. Now you can probably trade inside of here for right now, right? Try to trade all this stuff. Even if we catch that roll, are we just catching that roll to the upside and then down to go even higher up here? Still like this stock, believe it or not. We've talked about this stock many moons ago. It's been a great runner. Look at this thing. It's moved. Just moved. Look at this down here, 2024, 2023. Launching at buku low, right? We didn't sell from a high. Not like we opened up here at $100 or $50 and sold down. Nice, beautiful low, right? Check out their fundamentals. I think they do have a little bit more leg up here. There's two places that I'm looking for here to add to this position. One would be right where we are, like it here. And I also like it down in its weekly trigger, which is, believe it or not, very low, $100, $120, somewhere in there. So, good. Oh, hold on here. Close all that out. Any kind of down move over here. And also right in here. Like adding this stock. Looking for at least a rejection of this high over here. It's $182. 182. And as long as I'm a buyer down here, we haven't lost this over here. Upside target's 220, 230 into the end of the year. This is SEZL. So just adding down here, you can add a an alert if you want. I'll just show you this. I can't add an alert in there. I don't know why. A moment ago, I was able to. Okay, we'll do it this way. Snap a line right in here. Add an alert. Price coming down. Price crossing down. We'll add another one right here. So going to get that. It should be over here in December. Looking for that 200, 220 mark up there. That's SEZL, more legs left in it. We're going to look at two others that I think are a little bit long in the tooth, but I want you to remember this right here. I want you to remember this right here, okay? That's important to remember. Oh, look at that. Look at that, baby. Crank it. Now, what I want you to remember here, this is Reddit. Okay. Now, the bigger question here is, this looks familiar, doesn't it? You crank up here, right? You push up there. Maybe you catch that lower leg and then we're up. But you could also have the breakout and leave you behind. I do like to add to this position whenever we have a chance. This is Reddit, by the way, RDTT. We talk about these guys for months and months and months and months. Beautiful, nice new high. We hit the 200 here, right? We already hit this, though, back here. See it? Hit this 200 once before. Sold all the way down. This time, you kind of expecting that not to happen, right? You got sent to the depths of hell. Yeah, maybe not this time, right? Up, up, and away. Still like to be a buyer down here. And you get that kick-ass ER move, and you get this gap back here to close out. This is your jump point over here between now and this mid-September, October, right? Get that middle of October window, right? You're like fighting up here, catch that new high, come back down, grab this, off and running. Any chance you get to jump in on this trade? The other place to jump in from here would only be above. Start to see that right there. You can add here too. So you can add here or add down below here. Put another one back over here. We'll just put this one on here. Add alert on horizontal line, crossing down. Any chance to get to add? Below 163.37. Any chance at all? Don't care if you call it doing that. Don't care if it's one more leg down in October and everything's awful for Reddit. Any kind of chance down here to get long? Yes. Trade is higher into the end of the year on this company. There's Reddit. If Reddit does, if you're already long, we've already talked about getting long in this fucking thing way down here. If you're already long, staying long, I think that's fine too. If we begin to break out at any points, go higher, you can just add to your longs above 230. No more adding here. Adding here or higher. A-Lab, we're going to look at them next for the same reason. SPY trying to crank higher right now, trying to squeeze higher. There's A-Lab right there. No pull down at all to add, just cranking. Just cranking. Look at this, cranking, right? We're looking for that new all-time high on A-Lab. And we want to see if we can pull down and go higher. So same kind of a setup. And what are we looking for A-Lab? Woof. Way up there. There's your 200. There's your rejection on 200 up there. So more adding. Same thing applies here. You're coming into equal highs again, right? Bat wings, equal highs. What happens here? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. You're either adding above it. You're either adding above 150 bucks, or you're just waiting for pullbacks on those equal highs to get long to trade those higher highs. So A-Lab above 150 on a back test you can add. If not, all this is still valid to come down here and close all this stuff out. Add a new buy position. Ready? Right here. Right here. And right here. Alerts change now. See my alerts here? Any back tests down here? Trying to get us up and over into that $200 mark. 180. Want to see like 180 with a rejection. And then we're going to trade above into the end of the year. This is a big printer here. So there's A-Lab for you. We are a little long in the tooth here. I always find this dangerous. Like I would expect to pull back on this. Come down here. If we don't pull back, if we break above, we start making new highs. You can then begin to add above 150. Next one we're going to look. Those are the two that I'm thinking are a little bit long in the tooth. The rest of them, I'm not going to chart out for you, but I want you to do the same kind of a thing at home. The ones that I said are kind of new. There's one big, you want to look at one big one in here? We haven't talked, I guess we'll talk about one more. We're going to look at Beta Bionics. We have never talked about this one. This is new to our list. SPY now squeezing above 630.24. We're looking for a target to the upside if we can get it by 2 p.m. of 632.66. 632.66 upside. This is BBNX. We're going to look at this one together because I have not reviewed it ever. So we're going to review it together here. Look at that IPO, right? Start at 24 bucks, taken to the woodshed, traded a low of almost half taken away. That's good to see, right? $8.83. This one IPO'd recently. Look at that. You want the ground floor, right? Looking for the ground floor in a ticker. We've never spoken about this one. Had a big buy-in over here. Buy here, buy here. Let's look at these candles really quick. Just see what happened. See what happened here. We get this upside move. We only take away a small percentage of that last monthly candle. What do we do? Rocket ship up, right? We didn't give away more than 80% of that candle. Rocket ship up. Being sent down again. Take away half that candle. Still not bearish, though. Showing you that this is where the buyers are here, right? Buyers are here. Buyers are here. So if the buyers were going to come back in again, where would you expect it? Worst case scenario, roughly right here, $13.27. There's another buy zone just above it, right here. You want to know where the buyers are? They're right here. They're right there. And they're right here. I want to set some alerts on this ticker. Add alert on horizontal line, crossing down. Right? I want to do this a lot too, once per minute. And I want to do one more over here. Because this is a newer stock, right? This is like late bull cycle. Crossing down. Once per minute. Every time this thing tings. I want to have some interest in this stock here. What else is fascinating about this? You can see the bat wings, can't you? You go to weekly. See it right here? This is a beautiful setup, isn't it? Got the prior high, get the halfback trade, get the buyers coming in. You're looking for that other halfback up here, aren't you? Not bad, right? So we're going to look at the weekly basis here. We got the monthly buy. Anytime we have a chance to buy in there. We got a little bit of weakness here on the sell side. You can see it right here. These sellers coming in on a weekly basis. All for what, though? All for accumulation, right? And you got like sell, 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 sell. This is all in service of accumulation to go up, right? There's your second one right here. See it? W right here, right? Show it to you here. Get that one right there, that one right there, this one right here, that one right there, that one right there. Start working on the one above it. Wanting to fight this big whole thing over here, right? Somewhere like that, right? 1, 2, 3. There's your 4 and your 5. You want to go a little bit higher with that one, the end of the year. Now, remember your September, October weakness. You could always get like, you know, a little bit of a bloodbath down here. Squeeze up, a little bit of bloodbath down there. Just like waiting to add. Waiting to add, waiting to add, waiting to add in this tumultuous time period, right? You don't care if we go up here. You don't care if we go up here now and go down here. You don't care if we go down here now, later. It does not matter. You're just adding, adding, adding. Price target to the upside. At least 24, 25 bucks, but we already traded that 25, so we already traded that 25. We want to get above that 25 bucks and start looking for new highs. 25 and a half or 27.5 up here, up there, higher, right there. And then start looking for that $30 rejection. 28 change. Start coming back down over here, right? Start basing this stuff out. Start basing this stuff out. Make $30 home. Get above there. Off and run into even more highs. Ticker symbol BBNX. They've got kick-ass fundamentals. They're spec growth. They launched recently, and we are looking to take out all these prior bat wings over here. Start going higher. BBNX. There you go. That's the newest, most beautiful thing over there. Get long. Unless we start losing $13.27. If you're going to get long on that ticker, you buy every fucking dip, you sell fucking puts to suckers, and only if we start trading below 13.27 do you pull the plug on the entire operation, or we go into some kind of seasonal low and we're lower than that, we reject it, we're going to turn to a bear market. You know, or it's like fucking February of next year or something like that. It's going up. BBNX. Beta Bionics. See if we can crank up here and trade this no lube zone up here. Target above 632.66. We've got time on this we've got till about 1:32 p.m. to get up there and do that. Buyers showing up twice today from New York. Showed up at 10 a.m., showing up again at 12 p.m. Things looking bullish right now. It's your choice, man. Like I can't like on Reddit, I can't make that decision for you. It depends on what your thesis is. You know, like there's people that. This is a hard one to do. Like, me and how I trade, like I'm in and out of SPY all the time. Like I will accumulate $500,000 in SPY, and then I sell it. I realize that profit. There are guys out there that will add SPY for 10, 20 years. They're so low in SPY that they feel no stress in bear markets. They like it like that. It's not an index. You know, like let's talk about that. There's a few things here. Like I think indexes are always better than stocks as a baseline. I like the idea that I can change out the CEO whenever I fucking feel like it. I don't like corporate offices. I think that they're prone to fraud and human mistakes, for lack of a better word, or how to say it. S&P 500, what I love about it is that they take in the best stocks, they take them out when they are not the best stocks. They add new CEOs in and new companies into the S&P 500. So I think ultimately your plan is to own the S&P 500 as a baseline. Now, you're not going to outperform S&P 500, though, are you, right? If you're like buying, not food, but you're buying an index, you're kind of in the system. Let's start there. Let's go early. Let's go before that. Okay. So at a baseline, you should have your money managed from some kind of a licensed firm, whether that's your local financial advisor, your local bank, your job, 401ks, savings accounts, any of that kind of stuff. I think that's valuable to do. So I think your baseline is that. I think like let's start even before that. I go to high school. I have the next Y in my path. I can go to tech school. I can go to college. I can go to work. Maybe my dad taught me how to be a roofer, or my dad taught me how to be a coder, or my dad taught me this, or my mom taught me how to knit clothes, or my mom taught me how to fix motorcycles. My mom taught me how to do whatever. Doesn't matter. You have these different paths in life. So I think the normal path for most people is you do these things, you get a job. In our capitalist system in the United States, you begin saving money some way, somehow, whether that's in a bank account, a savings account. I think that's reasonable and rational to do. I think that you starting a 401k, a retirement fund, some kind of retirement fund with your job is normal, and you should do it. I think as you save money, you're going to be talking to your bank for your first home that you want to buy. Or if you get in trouble or something, hey, I got money I need to pull out of this. But you get the gist, right? And your next big thing in investment in life is a home for most people. Our system is also, our tax system is set up for, if you don't know this, our tax system is set up for you to be married, to have children. Whether it's same sex or not, I don't know, I don't care. For you to be married, have children, buy a house, and contribute as a worker. Save your money, and that's your biggest purchase, and put it to savings. And then one day, you reach out, or someone reaches out to you and says, hey, I see that you have $100,000 in the bank in cash, not doing anything. Can you come to the back office? That's what they'll do to you. Once, twice a year, my wife drags me down to our financial advisor. And they're like, Mr. James, what about all this money? What are you going to do with it? Let us manage it. I think that's reasonable. Now, fees today are all over the place. We know that the street doesn't give a fuck about your money. We know that they're going to collect their fees whether they make you money or not. We know that right now there are some licensed companies out there that are collecting more in fucking fees than you're even performing in the market. That's true. There are articles written about it everywhere. So I think there's a lot of anger on that end of things. Or you want to outperform those things. So what would be the next step? If you're giving your money to a licensed professional to manage for you, you're paying fees, and they don't care about performance. So the next step for anyone, rational next step, being rational. I own a home, or I don't. I have equity, though, in it. I've got 401k, savings account. I got money, wealth. Came into it, I don't know. Your next step is to have that money managed. You want to outrun inflation. You want to outrun problems. You want that money to grow. You don't want it to be worth anything less than you put into it. You put $100 in, 5 years later, it's worth $75. Can't have that. It's like that's like putting money in your mattress. Can't have that. It's got to keep up with a minimum of what you put in, right? In your view, an estimate or whatever. So you're probably running into that, fuck my money manager and I'm the same right where I was. Or now we're in this down market and there's no protection and my 401k is worth 30% of what it once was worth. I can do a better job than them. So if that's true for you, the idea would be that you would find an index that has low fees for you to enter and exit it, and for you to add on major seasonal lows, right? So that you can sell options against it. You can sell, or you can collect dividends, depending on what you're buying. You buy SPY, you catch a dividend every month. It has major lows, and you're probably not going to pay the fees to the financial advisor, right? And you're going to be able to have a hand in it, a light hand. And a lot of guys do really well with that. You're doing a little bit better now. And they buy and hold for years and decades. So I don't know your situation. How old are you? I think that's the most reasonable thing to do. Now, there's some of you out there that want more. And so what you have to then consider is, how do I outperform the S&P 500? Can I win outperforming the S&P 500 for decades? If you've ever read anything from the Oracle of Omaha, he has talked about this. He talked about how he made his money was big major lows, risk, but that anyone that can perform like that usually gets wealthy and moves on. They don't last in the market. So they can't rely upon those humans anymore to make them more gains. And he had a good point in this. His point was, you can attempt to outperform above the S&P 500 as an example, but you're not going to do it forever. And I think Reddit is one of those companies. And this is how Winky describes it as well, with divergent stocks with other stocks. So if you get like Mag 6 going up and Mag 7 is kind of, looking like the goofball, you can outperform S&P 500 that way. Another way for you to outperform the S&P 500 is, in my view, safer spec growth while in a bull market. Reddit falls into that category right now. We're in a bull market. Whenever we switch from bear to bull market, you'll see spec growth peek its head up. So you're trying to get some exposure to outperform the S&P 500 or Mag 7 within S&P 500. And ultimately, your goal should still be to circle back and buy the indexes. Take some risk off, buy major lows. If you have $1 million or more today, and you own an index, you're going to be wealthy. And over 10, 20 years, you're going to be very fucking wealthy. Don't believe anyone telling you that's not true. That is true. And you can sell options in just twice a year. You don't have to do it every week, every month. Just doesn't feel that hard. You can do it at major market bottoms, and you just sell puts to suckers. And even if you get called away from that shit, assign that shit, you still own it. You get a discount, believe it or not. Let's say you sell some puts and we go back down. You're going to literally get a discount to rebuy the market again. There's a lot of benefits to owning indexes. So anyways, that far outweigh creating wealth. But there is a real tool to do that. That's usually in spec growth. So Reddit. Do you sell Reddit or not? I don't know. That's a personal question, how you're going to see your future. Some people take the money and run, and they look for a new low. Sometimes they get left behind. You have to think about Reddit as a company. How much longer do they have? How long are they going to be important? Have they self-realized all their gains? Do they have new avenues of growth? I think that they do. I think that they haven't gone near monetizing where they can. I think they're a part of the this new thing where we're getting fiefdoms of reality. You got X trying to do that. Like X wants to broker your health insurance, your life insurance, your home insurance. They want to broker your stock picks and your investments. They want to be the processor for all your money. X is like it's trying to become. If you look at the physical world, how you have like countries and fiefdoms and kingdoms and stuff. There's that going on in socials right now, in life. This like new version of life with AI and robotics and where the world's going. So Reddit's a player in that for sure. Like Reddit is, Google, YouTube, Twitch to some extent, probably Discord, a sleeping giant or beast. X is one of those players. True Social's trying to be BlueSky. There'll be others too. As these fiefdoms take off, right? You have your own little world that you're living in. So it all depends on what you want to do with Reddit. It could break up in a way and never come back again. You have to decide how long you think that's going to work. For Reddit, I think it's at on every major low as long as we're in a bull market. And then we get to the top of a bull market, you sell out, and you look for the next major low. We're not done with the bull market right now. I'll tell you that. We're not done. No fucking way. They're likely gonna vertical this shit into the end of the year. There's nothing here saying we're at top of the market that I can see. And even if it is top of the market, not until that daily trigger rolls under the weekly trigger on SPY are we at the top. So I got to see that. We haven't done that. Make sense? No, we're just trying to. We're gonna roll. We're looking for the next dip to buy. That should be at. We should roll down and take most of this trade back, some of it back. We'll be buying like 26 or possibly 22. We're being sold into right now. The process takes time. You're looking to buy the next dip on the hourly trigger. Don't I draw this stuff out for you guys right here? You can't see it right here. We got a little window here to go a little bit higher. And try to snap that one and then roll this all the way down to the hourly trigger. This is the supply right here. We've done everything we need to do. We don't need to do anything else. We're looking for some kind of a squeeze off over here. And then we're going to be looking to grab this right here. Don't see any closer. Looking to go up. But that's all FOMO land. Doesn't mean that shit to me. That's the next dip buy right about there. 620. Right now it's at 627.29. No loop zone right here. Up. Pain. What's going on, DTM? How you doing, man? Yeah, we're getting close. There's a roll here. I just don't know exactly where it is. Tomorrow on the economic calendar in the morning, we get on Tuesday, we get our only really big news of the week, ISM services. Something like this. Let me show it to you here. I'll simplify it for you guys. Hold on. We'll try to do this for the just right in here. Right there. There. Just so you can see it. Roll up here. ISM services, volatility, then back up right there so you can see it. This is Monday. Squeeze up there, back down for the bullshit volatility tomorrow news, then back up here. Then we're going to likely sell this Wednesday down here. Somewhere in here. You want to see that? Makes it fairly easy. So a little bit more to go up here. There's no steam. We're just coming into some supply. We still have like, we could trade all the way to 63,319. Right here. This is where things get bumpy. Do I think we're in a simulation? What are you guys asking? I think that it changes as you get older. I think when you're worth enough money, like I don't disagree with the like a blend of that stuff, but you have to have all that stuff to have the blend. Like I don't think it's not okay to fuck around with like, hey, I'm worth all this money and I own boring SPY, so I want to trade some Tesla. I want to trade some memes. I think that's fine, but you got to have that stuff first. You know what I mean? And I think that's where I think like you go through this stage where you're like, I want to make some money, with risk. And I think it's fine when you're young to do that. It's normal when you're young to like put risk on market. But I think that as you get older, you start taking that risk, and like one of the keys for me has been removing money from the stock market. Like literally, like pull it out of the stock market, buy property. It's the only like from like it's safe, and it's theoretically always going up. So I think like when you have big like bull runs where you're making money, you're like, hey, I made all this money in the bull run. You come out of it and you literally buy shit that will increase in value. Generally speaking, one of those things is real estate, commercial real estate, residential then commercial. One of the no-brainers. I'm not talking about your first home. As a matter of fact, if you look at who buys houses today, it's all cash. Like everyone's got cash. They're just like buying this, buying that, buying this, buying that. Fuck your mortgage, and fuck your rules too. I got money. So people are, then they leverage that to get in the stock market. Of course, they do that. When we go back into the next bull run, they do that a lot. You own a bunch of property, you start taking mortgages out on it, start putting in, getting some margin. We know how this goes, right? What are you guys talking about? I missed whatever blowing up chats and stuff. I didn't read. I only see like 3 or 4. I see like 3 or 4 comments. The box that I see is small. I don't see the whole conversation. I just pop in and out of it. I must have missed it. Yeah. Okay. All right. You're right. I've been I haven't been intentionally stalling this, but I got to break into the next segment now, don't I? All right. Let me look at my earnings calendar. Should I post this first, maybe, in case anybody doesn't have it? I'm assuming you guys all have this. We'll post this just so you can have it. If you don't have it already. Okay. So we'll look at this together. So today, after the close, we've got Palantir, him or hers. Probably the shit you've been looking for all day long. And we're on an upcycle here, covering these two stocks. Remember BBNX. Remember BBNX. Palantir. Oh, Palantir, Palantir, Palantir. How I recall, just keep adding at $20. I remember that. I remember all of this consolidation down here. Fucking nightmare fuel. Add. How long? Forever, until it finally pays. And did it pay? It sure as shit did. We had Palantir bulls in here. I had to live and suffer through. This program. This nightmare right here. You know, I'm Palantir bull, no print. Palantir bull, no print. Palantir bull, no print. Oh, wait a minute. Print. It's kind of neat to see, right? You open up here in a high, 44.95. They sell it down. And this looks like what? Looks like distribution accumulation, right? It's like a classic accumulation, isn't it? I'll try to post a chart showing these things to you and what they look like. I'll post the link in the Discord in a minute here, but you can see this accumulation, right? Nice, beautiful back test, off and running. And in this case, I want you to look at two things here. I want you to look at the equal high on this and where it is or was. Or is this gap right here that needed filled? Sorry, make this one red. And we'll look at this one right here. What happened in there? Right, and they what? What did they end up doing? They ended up, you know, selling a bunch more stanks, splitting, right? Splitting. Still came back. You got shares everywhere. And what happened in here? Look at that closely right there on the left side. Explosive move, right? We back tested the equal highs. We made a new high. That's a lot to take away, right? We did it again right here, didn't we? And we squeezed. So this is showing you bullishness in the face of equal highs, right? Pull back on equal highs. So you're either looking for the pullback or you're looking for the breakout to get long. You're either buying this or you're buying that, right? So you're either lower or you're higher. Palantir went full moon, didn't they? Look at that. Just banging it out. Now trading $160. It's pretty high, isn't it? Giant move, right? Pretty vicious move, isn't it? You could argue that the breakout was this right here. Probably high right there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Close to a top. Palantir, close to a top. What top are we looking at? Well, we got a high here of 160. You know the target is 200, right? You should know that. Target's 200. We also know that sellers like to come in and ruin the party. Right around 182.50. This is very similar to companies you think have more legs in them in the future, right? Kind of like Reddit, right? Palantir matters. There's a Palantir office in every major tech hub, right? You go to like Austin, there's Palantir office there. You go to Boston, they hold events there. They just had a Palantir event in Detroit 2 weeks ago. They had like a pop-up Palantir office. You know why? To hire the smartest people, right? Hire the smartest people, right? AI everywhere, AGI in war, right? This is a war company based on war. So we know that the target's probably 200, 180, 250. By the way, this is we have Palantir. Go tell your friends out there in Discord. Here, I'll just tell them. I'll tell them too. If you can do me a solid here, just post. I don't know. We're reviewing Palantir right now. Reviewing PLTR. So we have a target, right? Upside target. And what else can we note about Palantir? They haven't lost their daily trigger at all, have they? We know about all this stuff down here already, right? We know about all that stuff down there. That's the demarcation point. There's a few other things we know here. We can see here. We're going to go back to a monthly basis really quick, but let's just look at this now. And what can we tell here? Let's do this together as a group. Palantir gets cheap at about just under $100. It's cheap. Anything from just under $100 down to, believe it or not, $16 is cheap. Keep that in mind, okay? Palantir cheap is just under $100, all the way down to 16 bucks. That's cheap. So is it expensive right now? It is. It is expensive. Now they are trying to at least leave a mark, right? Here we are, bro. We'll come back for you. All right? Smash that one. Break out to the right. Now on a monthly basis, if we're looking for cheap, where is we starting to get cheap? Down here, right? There's cheap. Or cheaper. Not cheap, but getting cheaper. Right, there's cheap. That's all we need to know right now. We don't need to look any cheaper than down here. We just want to note that anytime we're down below here, we're going to add an alert. Add an alert right there. Price crossing down. Once per minute, create an alert right here. So now we know where cheap is, right? Anything lower than $118.47. We want to pay attention to any price change down here, right? Things starting to get cheap again. Start buying in value. If we come in here and we start, so we go up here, blast down, and maybe it goes even lower. Maybe we can get even better deals. So I start looking for deals at 118.47. Start looking for deals. Let's look at the month again. So we've got this monthly candle right here. We got this monthly candle right here. We got June over here. Remember that June's important, right? Even if we get a good ER and they send us down, right? Let's just say they send us down to September. If we were to erase part of this, we would go all the way down here, wouldn't we? If we erase part of this, we'd go down there, right? Start bouncing around down here. This looks pretty strong down here too, doesn't it? There's something else that's important about this. You see how we sold? Came up here, we sold down, right? No, we can't. You can't go up there. Nope, that way is higher. Right? Take a little bit of that candle up. Take a little bit of that candle up. Take a little bit of that candle up. It's pretty bullish, isn't it? So if this is the line. This is important. This 118.47 is an important place for this stock. This has to hold to continue to go higher and higher and higher and higher. Very important. If this is lost, we got a whole bunch of mess down here, right? Where value begins, 118.47, and things could get really messy below. So we're just going to look at just this part right here. This looks like the, hey, buy, 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 buy. This looks like the, hey, sell, 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 sell. Accumulation, distribution. 1 week. Where are we at now? We've got the buy down below. This is your next place to add. If we're going to stay above, where are these buyers right here? Even write it like this. Bullish. Bearish. Pretty easy, right? Not hard. Set and learn on a weekly basis. Crossing down. Once per minute. Over there. Now we have 2 alerts here and here. Right? Known buyers in here for right now. What else can we decipher from this? Let's look on a daily basis. And we're going to think here that when did these guys start planning on their next earnings? You can see that they were buying dips in here, right, for this earnings. Woohoo, right? Take the money and run, right? Nice little run. Right? Where are these buyers likely at? If they're still here, where are they likely at? If they already bought all this? Trying to smash out and above 160. 150 is an important zone here, isn't it? Right in here. 152. 20. Want to hold that one too, right? Call this the ER buyers. And they stepped in again here, didn't they? Buy, down, up. Down, up. There were buyers here. And they're now right here. They were here earlier. They stepped back in again today. And on Friday, ER buyers. Still some risk in this stock for more gains to the upside. Let's take a look quickly at, hold on here. This is Palantir. Well. What's that? 161. Big fat round zero, right? There's 162. 163. 170. top of the market, 180. So there's your 200. Here's your 182.50. Top of the market right now for the options market is right here. So even if you were to squeeze up here in their ER, right? You've got no buyers. You got no options up there. You're going to need to get new buyers to roll contracts higher, right? Trade that 182. Even if you go up here, you know they're going to sell you. Right? We're going to write that 180 in here. Theoretically, top of the market. Do a dotted line like that. We're in business. Now let's look and see what we got going on. Let's go to the 4 hour. More demand here. We know that the ER buyers, this is it. You lose this, we're going all the way down here. There's your ER trade right here. You know we'll be going down there. You got bullish and bearish down here. We have alerts to buy dips down here. We got the 1 hour. This is all intraday stuff. This is no support, by the way. This is support. Let's look on a 30-minute basis. Hourly looks great. Half hour looks like shit. Monthly accumulation is obscene. This is looking for a major correction. And I want you to remember this right here. Your daily velocity on this day looks great. Weekly looks okay. It's supportive on a weekly basis. Monthly is bad. I would be very careful of Palantir, a rotation out of Palantir in this fall. So whatever that September low is, August or October low, it looks to me like it wants to print this stuff up here and create some bag holders. It looks like it wants to print its ER target And we'll look closer at what that is, that expectation. But like the 180 looks like it wants to print. Maybe you can catch that one, but I don't think you're going to find the buyers there. And my one fear is that into the September, October, it's done. It's going to have a nasty sell on it. So I'll tell you this. I bet you get some good news in their ER, just off the top of my head. You're going to get good news in the ER. Everything's going to be great, right? And whatever the trigger is for the sell, you're going to get some bad news between, I don't know, next couple weeks. You're going to get some bad news. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the cause of it's going to be, but it's going to be used as a reason to go lower into value. Whenever that happens for this stock, maybe go up here and trade this. Take that out. You get your seasonal low, and then you take that one out end of the year. Maybe the news doesn't come until February. I'll make two predictions. You're either going to get some bad news just after ER, or at the end of this year, you're going to get some really, really bad news. I mean, fucking bad. I don't know what it's going to be. But whatever that bad news is, whenever that bad news comes, I want you to mark it on your calendar. Make yourself a note. I want you to make a Google alert for yourself that says, Captain Jim James, make it for February 14th. Captain Jim James expects bad news by today. And it's going to be bad. You tell me if that's true or not. You can also think about this 200 down here, where if you come up here and slam this one, maybe you get the seasonal low, then you come back up here for end of year this December. You're hitting that 200, maybe even 225. But you're going to get some bad news. That monthly accumulation is showing that whatever high this is, it's gonna produce a reaction, an ugly one. I just want you to know that. Whatever that is, I don't know why it's there. Probably because of the amount of accumulation, but you're due for one, a major correction by springtime. Okay, you are due for one. 30-minute looks great. Say that again, and I want to go to. I'm going to give you some expectations on their report. Just want to see what they today, Monday. Palantir has an expected move of 11%. Let's take a look at that. I bet you it's at right where that dotted line is. I'm going to bet that's 11%. Hey, look at that. So there's an 11% upside expected move on there. So they're perfectly priced right now. I think that in 1 day puts us, where are we at here? 177.49. This is our 4R5. Let me hit this one right here. Let me check their weekly expectations. Settings. 1 week. There we go, right there. There. Both of those. They said they look like shit on the downside. They look kind of like dog shit here. Go back to the hour. Let me check this. Right down there. Here is Friday. I'll give you till Friday to make this happen. Price or time, one or the other. Tuesday open. Monday, Tuesday open, 9 a.m. check this really quick. That looks right. That looks right. This is your 3, 4, and your 5. 4, 5. 3, 4, 5 right there. Bullish on Palantir into their ER. And another note here in Palantir, they have an 11% downside move. There's a few things I want to give to you here. Okay. Bullish on Palantir. I said ER buyers are right here. They are lower now. They're down here. I do have an alert set here at 139.73. An 11% move is down here. I also want to show you this. These guys are right here. And this is that like September low, October lows, somewhere down there. The ER buyers are now down here at 140, 50, 55. I think the trade up here is valid to get that payoff. But I do want to say a few things to you. I want to make some things here. If you're a patient Palantir bull, you'd want to try to be adding from wherever you are here lower, 140.55, somewhere down in here. There's another alert down below at 118.42. I know you're going to be like, hey, Cap, we're never going down there again. Just set those alerts. If you have a basket of these stocks, if you got like 100, 200, 300, 1,000 that you accumulate, you always have this sitting here in the background. Yeah, if it ever comes back down here, I'll scoop it up, right? If it doesn't, it keeps going up. It's not the trade for you. Move on to the next ticker. As a bull, I see the idea of you trading the 170.30. That's my price target on this ER. By end of the week, I would like to see 176.12. I think you're in danger up here of an initial sell. That could take you back down into this zone down here by the middle of September, October. I think they're going to sell into you heavily here. There is potential to go higher right now, but I don't think it's at play. I think it's like you get your ER, you take your money and run. You come back for a seasonal low in September, October, and then you start attacking this 200, above 200. Trade like 225 by year end. Okay? Now, there is something to watch here. And Palantir is no like or not a stranger to this. If you see the squeeze up in this ER and you see this renewed buying into end of the week or whatever, I still think you're going down. But if you don't and you're like, hey, it's just going to be vertical end of the year, Cap, sorry, I would still want to see a bunch of work done in here. I'd want to see like 200 taken out, a bunch of back testing going on. A bunch of like holding the highs, holding that kind of stuff, holding that this kind of stuff. We're not there yet to do that. This is more of a take profit operation. And if you wanted to jump back in the fall, it's either going to be up here or it's going to be down here. So just note that we're in the ass end of profit taking, and you don't really care where we wind up over here or if we wind up down here. You can just begin adding on that operation later, although I think it is lower. Now, your doom trade probably doesn't take place until December or February, but I think they're going to have an incident. I think something's going to happen by mid-Feb, and it's going to be a bloodbath. You've got one lined up here. You have a bloodbath scheduled. I think it's higher though. I think $200. You want to hit that number, get everybody interested. Hey, we're above 200. The way is higher. We're going to trade. Palantir is going to $1,000 or something stupid like that. So I do think that's important. I don't think there's a trap here. I think the trap though is there's a small trap in here. There's a big trap up here, somewhere in this like 220s, 226, and they're going to take you downtown. And you know where that goes? Probably to $90, right around $98. You're going to see that, I think, almost guaranteed, just based on accumulation. That's about like half your money right there, right? $90 from 225. That's going to put a hurting on people. So I just want you to know that it's there. Those things never lie. That monthly accumulation, that shit is going to roll. I promise you. Sooner than later, it's going to roll. So bullish on Palantir after the bell today. Get a little bit of rolling going on in SPY, by the way. That window, that witch's window at 2 p.m. is coming up. It's 1:48 p.m. They're going to try to sell you down right now, 2 p.m., right? VIX fuckery. Just note that they're trying to do that right now. If you try to buy the dip into the close here on Palantir, I'd be lower. I'd be at 158. Maybe you can get it down to 155 on a red bar down into the bell today. So if you see any chance to buy there, I think that's great. Like if you see between now and close, you see a big red bar, and you want to add to Palantir at 154.69, you can do that. As long as the support is held. I am bullish on their close and on their upside move up here. I'd like to see Palantir get that payoff, but I do think there's a bull trap somewhere in here. I think that if you aren't already in this trade, you're looking lower. You're looking at that 140.55. That answer all the questions about Palantir? Let me just check and see. Yeah, I mean, like for Palantir, I think like if you've already been long, you stay long if you want to. I think it's fine. I think I'm not bearish on their ER. I think it's a great ER to look for a low. Even if they squeeze it, you're just looking for the interest to die off and buy some kind of a dip. There's some danger up here. Just that monthly velocity looked like dog shit to me. I don't know when they pop it, but they're gonna. If you're a bear trying to pop that bubble, you have to be underneath the daily trigger. 150. And even then you need the second. So if you're bearish here, don't be. You would need to see price reject, come all the way down here, and then you would need to see a reversal. That's where I would be bearish on Palantir. I think unless you see something like that, and you'd even need to see the, I would even need to see the daily trigger start moving lower with price. I'd like to need to see both of these things happening to get bearish on it. Don't fucking short strength. Not with that one. You don't need all of this. You just wait for that, and that'll take you to Pleasureville. So there's no reason here to short Palantir. Not in my case, not in my view. There's no reason to short. Just adding until we start to show some kind of top. We're not showing a major top on Palantir right now. They'll buy all this shit. They'll buy this. They'll buy that. They'll buy this. They'll buy it all. You gotta like pound them, like fail them, pound them, take them down, then you can start getting bared up on them. I would not be bearish on Palantir. You need a lot of work ahead of being a lot of work beating the brakes off of the bull thesis for Palantir for people. It's buy. Any chance you get to buy down here, they're going to buy. Fee buyers. Oh, also, if there is a low for the end of the mean season, 140.55. Set an alert down there if you're a Palantir bull. Hopefully you can grab that before we make the run at the end of the year. Would I do a strangle on Palantir? No, I'd be long stock and looking to add lower. Not necessarily bearish on Palantir. I think though that you got to think about what would be the trigger for the rebuying of the option market to send the option market higher. I think like if you're up there trading 180, you need a reason to rebuy calls. So if you're like want to do like a, lack of a better word, naked calls. I like saying naked puts, but can't say naked calls. Of course, the implications, but I think that like owning stock here is fine. Adding at 140 is fine. I don't like the idea of just calls. I don't think if you trade 180 that you're going to trigger someone to buy more calls at 200. Maybe. I don't think it's going to be everybody, though. So how you find buyers for those calls above, unless they're suckers, which they are. You'll meet suckers like that. I think that the better trade is probably a call spread or owning the underlying, DCAing at 140 and selling puts down there is probably the responsible way to trade Palantir. But I am bullish on them. I just know that I don't think they're going to give you the print. I think they're going to like tie you in here, drag you down, and then you get some renewed call buying up here at like 162.88 to go up here. And it's all going to be in the service of suckers. Buying 200 Cs, buying 250s, 230s, buying leaps, bro. That kind of stuff. And then you like hit the middle of the like September 4th or something, the 169th trading day, and it's like drop in your bag holding. That's what I think. What else? Any suggestions for spreads going to the bell today on SPX? I just showed you 10 minutes ago before I went over this what I was looking for. Looking to buy a dip on the hourly trigger on SPX. Have you backtested it yet or no? That's the next dip buy. You got it drawn in over here. It's right here. Next dip buy. You're long still. Like there's a little bit of a squeeze left here. Like pop and drop. Let me come back, grab it again. Right down there. I'll show it to you right now. Here. Here. Sell. Buy. Hold on here. That's ES. You're a buy or a lower. Closer to a sell than a buy. I know you're bulled up. Yeah. You're looking to be closed. You're looking to be closed short on Friday, even if we made a new low. You're looking to be long up into 30, 32, 34, 36. We're at 30 right now. This is the entry level. They'll be afforded another back test over here to go higher. We're not quite ready to get long with more long. And there's a larger move down too. There's another move down. If you want a deeper low to grab, it could be 625 or 622. 625, 622 if you want to get like nice bottom buy, somewhere in there. Looking for a weekly low. Weekly low 621.56. 622. Yeah, you're welcome, Jay. I got you, brother. Okay, so that's Palantir. Now, remember, I want to give you a few things here. I get like 70% of these things right. I do get some of them wrong. When I'm wrong, it's normally to where I showed you to buy the dip. So, when you, I want you to think about ERs like anything. If you're ever wanting to trade an ER, I want you to go and look in the mirror and say, why the fuck didn't I buy the accumulation weeks before? And I really want you to think about this ER season. I want you to think about why are the last guy standing there trying to catch the last squeeze up? And I want you to think about your favorite tickers. Like if your favorite ticker is Palantir, I want you to be thinking the opposite of the event. So I want you to think about their next ER season. Hey, we're going through their ER right now. We just got this huge squeeze into their ER. I want you to think about like their next ER season and what is the low of that run up, if there is one. And try to be the person that's in that trade weeks before you get to their ER. Normally, when you're looking at that stuff, nobody else is looking. You'll be all alone doing it. It's a very solitary thing in the market to be doing that. But you should be doing that so that you're taking that trade from that perspective. We had a low on Palantir. We've got their ER coming up in 2-3 weeks. Market conditions are horrible today. Or Palantir is bleeding. I want you to think about what people say in those times. Like, oh my God, Palantir is on fire today. Let's look at over here. You know, this guy down here. You know, this is back on July 22nd. I want you to think about this one over here. This is back in July 1st. Over here. Right? Hair on fire, pants on fire, June 5th. I want you to think about like before you get to their next ER, and whenever you hear someone saying like, "Oh my God, it's burning to the ground," I don't care if it's an event or just leading up into an event. This stock sucks, you know, or I'm so upside down right now. Those people are not good traders. You want to find the traders when something's on fire. Heading into an event that are down there going, okay, when are we buying this dip? Do you understand the idea behind that? Like, there'll be nobody there when it's happening. There'll be just a few people. The biggest voice will be, oh my God, Palantir is going to go to 0 or something, you know? I want you to think about these lows because it gives you a different perspective once you get to an ER. Be a lot of you like, I'm just going to take the money and run, man. I just bought every major dip in Palantir from, I don't know, $128, $29, $118. These people are talking about trading 200. You know, not only that, they could stay long and still be green while you might not be. Right? Where you're buying the dip down at $140, you're buying the dip at 148. Bad ER, and they're just like, yeah, come on down here with me. So I want you to think about that stuff too when you get into these ERs. Like, you're like, I want to make all this money on Palantir and their close. It's like, why wouldn't you be looking for lows past month and a half on Palantir to get long. And instead, you're like in fear down there, and then you kind of look like the guy who's crazy. You're like, that guy missed every run up into this. Like now all of a sudden he's a Palantir bull. You're just kind of like, huh? This is the place where they're taking profit. You know what I mean? Invariably. Indubitably. Still haven't hit our upside target up here. This no lube zone, trying to sell us down. Market's holding on tight though. So Palantir, bullish on it. Next one I want to look at really quick. I know you guys like hymns. Hold on here. Let's look at hymns next. Wait a minute. I don't know what happened here. I don't know what I'm missing over. Why I need SPX on this one. Bring that one back. Oh yeah, we're right at the halfback trade too. We're right near a roll. Pump and roll. We're like pump and roll right now. Rid of that mess there. Put this on a 1 hour for you. See that over there. Next one we're going to look at is over here is going to be hymns. So bullish on Palantir. Let's look at hymns. Come on, hymns. Having some stalling here. Some slow compute. Close some of this stuff out for a minute. There we go. There's hymns. Okay, hymns is back. All right. Let's look at this one. The value is below $40.98. Hymns cheap underneath. No, sorry. Hymns is cheap under 39.41. It's a big demarcation point too. You sold this high up here. They sold you back down. You're back up again, trying to say no. The way is higher. That's all good to see. Like seeing that great bullishness there. You're trying to trade that $100. That's your target. Bullish on this one, right just off the top of my head. Looks bullish. You've got your $80 there, $82.50. You've got you traded a high of $72.94. There's your next target, $80. Fairly bullish on this one too. Just a note to you. Just looking at it. There is profit taking up here. This one has more work to do. There's a lot of sellers up here. Sold you there, sold you there. This is bullish. This is good to see. This wick right here is nice. They sold you here, sold you there. Like new high, new high, new high. That's all good. This is all like pretty bullish here. It's telling you way is higher. Let's look at a few other things here. Their monthly looks better. Their weekly looks better. Their daily looks kind of like shit. This one I think might. This one you might get faked out in. Let me just look at this quote for a minute. Already looks great here on a 30-minute basis. Or even put anything else in. I want to do something here. Let me check HIMS really quick. HIMS has some kind of a sell the news on it. Where's HIMS? This one already report? The fuck is HIMS? Got the wrong date on this one? Let me check this. Can anybody confirm? August 29th. What is there? Is there ER actually today? Make sure I got this right. Expected to report after the market close, it says. Okay. Conference, they scheduled at 5 p.m. same day. Expected move is 15%. That doesn't shock me. Okay. I'll say this. Slightly different situation for HIMS than I have for Palantir. Their hourly, like 30-minute basis, velocity looks great. The hourly velo is on your side. When I look at it on a daily basis, though, I don't like this daily. This daily velo here looks like it wants to sell. Right in there. Like a pop and drop. I think HIMS maybe has a come back later kind of a thing going on. Like we're not going to print your calls. Just let me look at this really quick here for a minute. See, there's like a failure in here. This is a failure. This needed to be higher. I think you catch that high, but the real buy is down here. 15% is what? Yeah. You're 15%. There's an implied move today of 15% by August 8th, which is this week. Go back here and just check this. See here. These are all your June buyers, and here, there's bigger ones down here. Look at these buyers here. These guys are stuck too. You see that? Like these guys are stuck right here. ER buyers. These guys need this print, or they need to get out. These sellers are likely these buyers here. They just want it out. They don't care. So they chase that and buy that, and then they get dropped back down here. There's a lot of bad buyers in here. Buying at the wrong time. I don't believe any of these buyers either. Nope. Not giving that any credence. I think these buyers are weak. Let me just see this here. They've never had any problems getting any of their highs, have they? This big high. Fade. This big high. Fade. Nice big high. Fade them. Another big high. Fade them. You got that new high and that one right there, but not this one. It's like that one there. % upside move. There's so if that's the start, that means you got to base all this out. If that's the high, still got to base all that out, right? These guys started where? In here somewhere. That's my bigger question is, you already took these fuckers out right here. These big buyers in here. Here. See these guys down there. I think that's where the real buyers are too. That still bothers me. might even get that 39. Check this really quick. Make sure I'm not wrong here. Hold on. You're just looking to bring that up. There. 1 hour. Hims bullish. Bullish on Hims. Like I can't see this one here. Like I've got some. There is some like take the money and run in this stock. If it does squeeze. I'm bullish on this one. I want to see Hims catch this new high right here. There is some positiveness here. If you're able to catch that new high, this was a major high back here. This $70 was a pretty big deal. You traded 73. That opens the door to 100. I want to give this one a little more oomph. You don't have to get up there, but I would really like to see that like 82.50 get touched. You got the 70 here. You only have to do the 78. You really only have to do the 78. There's some argument here, like I'd really like to see like 78.50. There's no requirement that you do that 82.50, but that'd be nice. If you fail this, there's potential to go back up here, hit that one before the drop. So I'll leave that to you. This is gonna be like intraday bullshit, but I'd really like to see that 82.50, and I'd like to see the pull down. And I would love to see the swoop up higher, and that opens the door to 100. Start trading this whole zone up here. That's why I'd like to see that tick up there, just so we can come back, get up there, trade that $100 into year end, 125, something like that. Market holding on right now, just grinding sideways, something like that. Bullish. And a little alert down here and a little alert right here. No, a little alert right here. Price crossing down. I got an alert here now. Now this alert right here is not for today. If we squeeze higher, I'd be looking for that back test to get long. And there's one more down here. 47.35, 60.17. Somewhere here. Bullish on HIMS too. Bullish on both of these. Feeling pretty good about them too. This one has more sustaining power than Palantir does in my view. You can see that weekly trigger right there. More legs than believe it or not, has more upside potential than Palantir in the end of the year. I'm more bullish on HIMS than Palantir for performance. Okay, mains, just want to check in really quick. We haven't hit that upside target yet. It's like no lube zone. Might be saving this for the close. To sell. No roll at 2 p.m. That's bullish, by the way. You don't get the sellers coming in. Still haven't hit the upside target. Trying to whack us down up here since here's 12 o'clock. Took a shot at it, failed, squeezed. Took another shot at it in here, 1:30. Failed. Now into 2 p.m. Buyers, still holding us up. Just flat right now. All right, now you want AMD and U. All right, let me take a look at both of these. Let me take a quick look at both. God, AMD's had a kick-ass run. AMD wants to go higher. Unity. So if you ask me about either of these stocks, I think Unity's best. Probably the best one I've looked at today. Of every stock I've looked at today, Unity is the best report so far. Just looking at it at baseline. Of all four of these stocks, I like Unity the best. AMD near the end too. Not end, but quick peek here. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta take a quick break. I'm like yawning over here. I gotta hit the weights. See this here. Yeah, successful back test here on the daily trigger. On that high, you took that high out. You are looking to go higher. I like AMD, but still sell the news. Probably Unity is my favorite one so far. Give me like 15 minutes. I gotta take a quick break here. I gotta go potty. I gotta hit the weights. No worry, guys. Unity. Just looking at them bare bones. Love it. As soon as I get back, I'll do AMD and Unity. Yeah, AMD's got that same thing, right? Like sell the news on them. They're trading. They had a high of 182. Shocker. They had a high of 182. They're looking to trade 190 and $200 again. It is fascinating because AMD had a high of 230. AMD has some room to rip faces off. They're currently trading 177.58. I mean, I don't see why they can't go up. Like, they look good. They're battling a lot of prior high shit. We'll look at that in a minute. We're battling a lot of like volatility with AMD. We'll take a peek at it. It's gonna need both triggers to break above. Let's see here. It looks gorgeous though. Weekly's a little long in the tooth, but not there yet. I think they have a chance to get the all-time high. That could be what propels us to all-time highs, AMD. Yeah, it's possible, or at least equal highs up there. Yeah, it's there. I'll be right back. Yeah, AMD is beast. Not only is it a beast, but it hit its 220. As a matter of fact, if you look at Palantir, if you look at Palantir, it looks very similar to AMD. Like, I think if you look at the top on AMD at 230, I think you see something like that with Palantir this fall, this spring. A pattern just like that. Like, you squeeze up in the Palantir in the end of the year, and then you're gonna get some fucking ugly news. You can see it in AMD. The top on this AMD was March of 2024. March 8th. And then you see the fucking roll. Put that in your fucking calendars. I swear to God. Put in your calendar like in February 14th, go Palantir's spring ER. If we're at $225, 220, or like fighting around there or whatever, I bet you there's something that's gonna come out that's fucking bad. It's gonna look just like that AMD chart. My fucking AMD chart looks like a repeat of Palantir. Like, that traded 230, right? It traded a low of $76, about 50% of its value. The Palantir nerds like, you'll never see that again. I'm like, I can show you right here at AMD. Easy. $100. I think this one it goes up though, Wink. It's got a lot of traffic here. We're going to look at it in just a minute. If you don't know anything about AMD and Advanced Money Destroyer, if you were to run a bullish trade on this fucking stock, you just don't take it. You literally, if there was a stock that you wait to buy the dip on, it's 7 out of 10 times you wait a week. You literally, like, just 1 week. And it'll start ripping. We'll talk more about that in a bit. AMD is like it's like classic, like, it's like your intro to Mag 7, right? Like AMD, Apple, all the easy ones. I've been wearing an Apple Watch my whole life. Dude, let me ask you a question out there. Let me ask you guys a serious question really quick before I take a break. Ask you guys a serious question. Let me ask you a serious question here. My daughter has a laptop that's fully functional. It's not an Apple. She was in the Appleverse, and she started costing me a lot of money with Apple. I was like, nope, pulling that away. So how part of that went to was she was I shouldn't be saying all this, but my daughter met a boy, and she started dating him, and he was older than her, and I said no. She goes to dual immersion, high school and college, or was very smart kid. She's National Honor Society, everything, like maxed out. all college prepper honors classes, literally all honors or whatever. So she goes to University of Michigan and killed it there too. She met a boy, was in college. She was just turning 18, and I was like, this ain't happening. It's like, books, you get time for boys, you get time for books, period. You get plenty of time for that boy shit. You're done with schooling. Or you're not near me. And she disobeyed me. And she didn't answer her phone. She was like, I'm going to do whatever I want. My daddy would never do this to me. And I just took that phone away, and I was like, no more Apple phone for you. You're getting like a $30 fucking phone. You're getting birth control glasses in your phone. And daddy will pay for this for you. Do you think that I should give her, is it a Mac 4 for college? Like an iMac, is it an iMac 4 or something? The laptop, Mac 4 Air, something like that? Or do you think I should give her save that maybe for a gift, like a holiday, or she did great in the first semester or something like that? Gift her with the Apple Mac. She's a perfectly fine laptop. Or do you think I should be like, here's your iPhone and your Mac back for college. Good job. No birth control glasses. Give her the iPhone back and the Mac. That's what you're saying. Yeah, that happened with the boy. Matter of fact, I got in touch with the boy. This is a while ago. I got in touch with the boy, and the boy wouldn't bring her back home. The boy went to the police department, and the police department laughed at him. Police department was like, "Isn't that you can do here? Like, we're not going there. We're not bringing like you and her or whatever." They're like, "You're out of your mind." They're like, we'll call the mother or the father and see if they'll pick her up. But no, we got more up to go. We got to take out this high up here. We're gonna try to. We got more time to take it out. There's still plenty of time to take out the high. Well, that was my question. Was like, the laptop she has is perfectly serviceable. It's as good as an iMac. What is it? The iMac 4, something like that. iMac Air 4. They're not all that special. Yeah, fucking right, beat his punk ass, dude. Dude, you got to do that for a child. Goddamn right. Fucking, they're no fucking boys. I told my kids when they were younger, I was like, look, if you're gonna peak in high school, I'm fine with boys. I told them that. I'm like, if you think you're only doing high school, you're gonna go right into the workforce, and you want to start dating in high school, I'm fine with that. No problemo. And I got no problem with that. I want her to enjoy those years. If you're gonna like not go to college or tech school or something, I think it's perfectly fine for you to like have those kick-ass like years before you become an adult and responsible and all that. Fine with it. But if your plan is not that, you got to save that shit for later. Beat the punk with an M4. I'm fine with that. Like, if you're going to peak in high school, you should enjoy it. Like, you have fun, man. Like, party, dance, fun, take a year off, hang out. I wouldn't even make her work after high school. She could take a year sabbatical, go have fun, travel, do whatever she wants to do. Yeah, she did. She's had to go back and deal with she's been like, she's had an iPad her whole year or whole life. She's always had an iPad or an iPhone. But I was just like, no fucking way. I was like, the cost of all this shit, and especially when you don't answer your phone. Like, if daddy calls you, ding, hi daddy. Everything is fine, daddy. That's the rules. You're not 18 years old. That's the rules. You have to pick up the phone. The one, there was like a 13-inch and a let me find the one that I was looking at. Apple, what is it? Apple, I don't know. Laptop. It was like $800 or something. It's the 2025 MacBook Air 15-inch laptop with M4 chip built for Apple Intelligence. 15.3-inch liquid retina display, 16 gigabytes unified memory, 256 gigabytes SD. That computer is, you can get that computer like, you can get a kick-ass like office computer for dirt cheap. They like businesses sell those things like after 6 months of use, like a Lenovo or some shit like that. You know, Dell fucking, I forget which Dell it is, but there's like a Dell and a couple of them that they business computers. They have like the newer Intel 5 version 7 or 10 or something. Well, that's what I was wondering. I could just upgrade the fucking RAM and the ROM, right? As long as it falls within the specs of the computer. I could just throw a couple cards in there and no, they're not superior. Bunch of fucking smug smelling cup glasses of fucking Apple fucking goddamn fuck you, doggone it. Bunch of smug. We're going higher, bros. Price is above the 1 minute trigger, so way is higher. We were in trend day this morning. Think about this. We're in trend day this morning. They haven't sold us down into the end of the day. We're taking chances. We got to go higher. Way is higher. Well, they do just work. Well, not only do they just work, but they stop you from fucking around. Apple doesn't want you fucking with their garden. They got their own garden. But you can buy way more PC than Apple. But you can fuck up your PC way more, right? Or your well, it's not just that too, Winky, right? You can't use every program out there, right? Like they wall that garden off. Like, nope, sorry, that app has problems. What's the problem with that app? We don't have it. We don't own it. We don't have a replica of it. I know. That's what Joe says too, doggone it. Like my wife and kids all love Apple. I gave it up years ago. I was always like fall out of my pocket, drive over it, crash into it, OtterBox broken, you name it. I was unwilling to pay to be in the fucking garden. But I know that it's like a thing for kids. It's all about like image, right? All right, I'll think about it. I haven't made a decision yet. I haven't talked to her mom. I gotta ask her mom quietly when she's not around. I can't do it anymore. No, I stayed in the Appleverse until the 10 or 12. I was in the Appleverse. I gave it up not too long ago. I'm not willing to fucking do it. I'm too old now. I'm like, fuck Apple. The watch was like, we had both versions of the watch. I just charge it over there at nighttime, bro. Take it off and on every night. Get out of here. Fine. I'll keep you updated. I'm looking at it right now. It'd break her fucking heart if I did that. She'd fucking cry everywhere. Oh, Daddy, you love me. I knew you always loved me, Daddy. Yo, what are you in though? Like, I was talking about, like, my kid doesn't care about this, but I'm like, are you in fucking, like, are you doing maths or are you doing, like, who's using the Apple? Film industry, TV industry, ad industry. Like, if you're doing math, you don't need. The people in maths are liking on the PCs, aren't they? Oh, that's it. Oh, I never thought of that. I never thought of the get the deal through the school. I will contact them and ask them. Thank you for saying that. I will have my wife check. I found them on Amazon for like $800, $750. I think the lowest I saw was $760. That was reasonable. I was like, $760 is reasonable. I gotta check with Bork too. I gotta like I gotta do like something improper. So like if I ask Bork quietly, he's like, I can't help you. But if I like have my daughter call him, he can't say no. He'll be mad. He'll be like, why did he fucking have his daughter call me? Because I know Bork's got some kind of an in with books, school books. You just gotta like you gotta do something improper. Maybe if I got a deal on books, Bork hooked me up, then I'd buy her the Apple, and my brain would feel better about it. Beg and plead. I just have to send. No, I'll say I'd send Bork like feet pics or something, but this house will probably kick my ass. Get in trouble. Some man sending you naughties. He's just like that. He's an asshole. He doesn't mean it. He thinks it's funny. They're not even his feet. His feet are uglier than those. Yes. Do you want my biggest to be cool? No. I want my kid to be. I want my kid to like wear. You guys know what birth control glasses are? It's like the military prescription glasses. So you look like nobody. You look ugly. Then you take the glasses off one day, and everyone's like, "Oh wow, she's hot." I want her to become like after school. No freshman 15. No, you guys are like out there. No freshman fucking 15. No, oh God. No one will talk to her once they see the green text box. That's some shit Joe would say. They'll automatically know her family hates her. Her dad doesn't like her. Gave her the trash phone. Gave her like a cricket phone. Give her a cricket flip phone. I kind of think that's a sign of coolness. I'll be honest. Watch out for a quick flush here. Still bullish. The new non-Apple products are the new chastity belt. Oh God. I don't know if I was young today and if I saw a girl, if I've heard this. My daughter tells me about this. Like when you meet they're like trying to share all their socials or something like that. Show me your Instagram. I'm like, I would be more inclined to be like, fuck you, no. I turned it off. I've never had one. I would think that's hot. Because you could tell they're like outdoorsy people are going to do shit. They're going to go dancing. They're going to do everything but be on their phone. You guys are terrible. Give her a beeper. Starts attracting drug dealers. God, we're so terrible. We're so fucking bad. Look at this grind. This grind, been grinding all day. The half-hour trigger, by the way, is crossing the hourly trigger right now. Just happened. Let me take a quick break. I gotta hit the weights. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. CJJ is no longer shaving his body here. CJJ is clean shaven. Lubing. Is lubing his body. I'll be right back. What are we doing there? We already did the shaving. We shaved all the hair off. We shaved the bare hair off on Friday. Now we're lubing up. If you're looking for a dip to buy, it's lower. It's down here. Okay. If you're looking for the squeeze, you better have been long from this morning. If not, it's not worth the trade higher. Be right back. All right. You had a flip phone in college. During the peak I don't know what's peak. I want to try to figure out what year this was. From like 2000, I had a brief period where I had a flip phone too intentionally. There was like a hold on here. I did this there was like a time period where I had to have an Apple iPhone. But there was a period before then where I right when we're coming into everybody has a smartphone everywhere. I want to say it was mid to late 2000 aughts, like 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there, or 10 maybe. No, maybe have been later. It was I don't know, could have been in there. Oh, time fucking flies. But I remember that I intentionally got a flip phone. And it's funny, I got made fun of by kids one night. We shared a taxi. And they're like, why is that guy got that phone out there? They all had like their perfect newest smartphones. And they were making fun of me in the car, and I like right in front of me. These are kids. I was in my 30s, I think. And so then, when I was getting out of sharing the taxi with these guys, I was like, I have this phone because of you. That's why I have this phone. It's like, it was like the hipster thing. I think it was like back when they were hipsters. We got to have a look here at the market. We're gonna. It's already 3:00. You'll get a full brief from me tonight from this morning's broadcast. But I wanted to wait until we got some new information. It's like really a new week this week, not last week. It was the last day of the month. The date matters to last month, but this week in particular, I wanted to see what the gamma looked like, what happened over the weekend. We're gonna go back and look at that right now. So let's go take a look at the trigger screen, and let's go back and look at down below here. This is where it's important. So if you remember where I left you on Friday, okay, I want to keep the narrative going, right? You had a chance here to catch the new low before 1600, right here. And I told you on Friday, you can go back and watch the show and soon we discuss this. Now on Friday, the only thing that I was concerned about was, do they get this final low down here? That opens the door to the downside. Did I think we'd go down there like blasting down? No, I told you just as much. And I told you if we did, it wouldn't matter, wouldn't make any difference. This is key. This was a key inflection point on Friday. We didn't hit this low, so the downside is not unlocked. It's not unlocked. And you just need the tip. Literally that much. Upload or opens downside. That did not happen. Now, we also said to you that there could be a chance to hit that downside over the weekend. I think we even drew this in like this. I think we even drew this in, and I explained to you in detail that that was a dotted line, but it didn't really matter because the straight line was up on Monday. Right? You remember how I drew this in for you on Friday when I left you? And I said a couple things to you. I was like, well, we should trade 30 at the least, maybe 32 or 34 or 36, somewhere in there when we come up here. Right? Here's 26, but you want to be hitting like 30. Right? Now, what I want to show you here is get rid of this. Right? where do we go from here? Right? So the big thing we want to be talking about is this back test over here. Okay? And now that we have more information, we have this gap left behind. I want to show you this right here. It's important. This gap that's down here, it's left behind. We don't necessarily have to go all the way down there, but what I want to show you is this right here, okay? Now, there's this little bit of a no lube zone up here. Remember where FOMO lives. I want you to remember where like FOMO is living down here. Don't do the FOMO. FOMO lives up here. Don't do the FOMO. You live in the middle, right? It's always good to live in the middle. Living in the middle is great. Now, I'm going to draw this in for you here. Push this over just a little bit here. Okay. And I'm going to draw a quick line for you here. Okay. So we're at this 63 here. I really want to draw this line up here, but I'm not gonna. Up there and then down here. Okay. I don't think this is worth the trade. I don't. When I draw these lines in, though, that are dotted, they're not for like we have to do this, we have to do that, or whatever. What I'd really like to see is, I'd really like to see that I don't care if we roll. I don't care if we squeeze and roll. Just don't care. It's like right there. I care more about this dip buy down here. And this is what I want to show you here. There should be a green box here. No, some kind of a green box right here. And leave some of that gap behind. That helps. To trade this next level up here. Now, take in mind here that we are still in distribution. We are turning down. Unless something else proves itself, we are still turning down. Or distribution. And I also said to you, it doesn't preclude us from getting new highs. We can still get new highs. I just want you to know. I don't care if we trade 650. I just want you to know. Let me go to 1 hour here. I just want you to know that we're still in distribution. These guys are still going to tee off up here on you. And not unless we get above and begin to hold. Do I get rid of this distribution? You understand? Like I need to see new all-time high, hold that, and then begin to start trading that 640 to 650. I need to see that for us not to be in distribution. Just be aware of that. You don't necessarily have to be like, hey, we're never going to make another high again or anything like that, but just note that we are in distribution at this point, and they're going to attempt to continue to, throw lightning bolts down on us until they get that seasonal low. Now we're in the season of volatility. We're in the season of August being low on returns. It's not a good month for return. It's not the worst month, not September, but just note that every time you come up here, right, they're going to try to unleash on you for that September print, maybe even mid-October, right? So just be aware of it down there. Now look down here. Let's say we're in the low return month of August, which we are, right? You want to remain on the edges if you're a directional trader. You want to remain over here, and you want to be remaining down here as a buyer. And, you want to be adding on lows. You want to leave something on to catch that or even catch that trade right there, that's fine. But I still like the return to the hourly trigger to do it. Okay? So just look here with me here. Right, I'm always looking for. Here's Monday. We'll move this over a little bit. Here's Tuesday, 10 a.m. In there. I always like that pullback. So you got the move here. You get the dip by here, but remember the wick, right? Wicks always important, right? Wicks do the damage. Candle does the the body tells the story, right? Wick, right? Up there. So you're always looking for that opportunity. You might be able to catch some of this up here, but in all reality, you always want to be in the, trend. Trend is your friend. That stops underneath. We left behind a gap down below. So right in here. Make sense? And we're still in distribution. Still. Where do you try to be a seller in distribution? 2 places for right now. First one, of course, is up here. It's slightly lower. See where these guys are right here? They're probably right here. They're at 639.02. They're going to defend 640. Where are the strong sellers at? Up here. Where are the weak sellers at? Right about there. There's potential for these sellers to be over here too, but we haven't experienced it yet. So we don't know any information, do we? Right? So if these sellers come in, right? And let's say they're violent. Take us down here. But if we bounce, make a new high, start going higher, we'll know that these are these are the chamaths. These are the young sellers. And if we see us bounce and we don't make any new lows, trade is still higher. Okay? But just note that they're there. They're hiding in here. And you know that they're going to be trying to sell that. So where would the next group of dip buyers be? Well, for right now, right here, if we can get up there, you'd expect them to send this back down again, wouldn't you? Maybe they close this finally. Maybe they close all that down there as possible. Just be aware of it for now. Where we are in recovery. And I want to tell you something else here. I want you to remember this because it's going to become more important as time moves on. If these sellers get aggressive, there's going to be a moment where you're going to see this dip, right? Could be now, could be September. And you cannot just blindly buy it. You must see the new high, the back test to get long on that hourly trigger. If you blindly buy that half an hour trigger, they will fucking send you to the depths of hell. And it can be ugly. So I want you to follow the rules of trading at all inflection points, especially being a bull, and talk to you guys about very simple concepts here. These are not hard concepts. You come down, right? What you think is a low. You want to see that prior high get beat and a new high, right? You want to see that before you're getting long. We're in the season of volatility. You're like, hey, this is our inflection point. And we're not quite, in bull country. We're not quite in bear country. And all of a sudden it's wham down here. And that's where you should have bought the dip. So just note volatility. Note that stay on the edges or look for confirmation. Patience is the key in this season. Patience is the key, hands down, like patience. So if you come down here, you rip up here, blast down here, you're not buying that. You're just going to be patient. They do this and then come back. Sure, we'll buy that. Off and running. If they blast this down, though, and all of a sudden you get a corrective move down here, you swipe out all of that. That was probably the dip for you to buy. Make sense? And what you're trying to do is buy time for the hourly trigger to come up here. You need time for this hourly trigger. You're not getting above this without the hourly trigger is my point. You need that time for this to come up here and make a difference. Or for these buyers to be told, no, we're in distribution. We're going to go down even farther from here. Just be aware of it. Be patient. So we're going to look right here. These are your expectations into tomorrow. Expectations, ready? So this is the target. Right there. I want you to see the dotted line here. Tap, 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 tap. Hold on. Remember, you can miss trades. You don't need to be stepping on landmines for everybody. Dot, 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 dot. Trend, though, is higher. Trend is to trade 634.64, 639.02 until they come in to sell. The best place, if you're not already long, the best place to jump on is lower. I don't like the FOMO trade up here at all. I'd rather be left behind than not be able to buy a dip. Okay, so there's your preliminary expectations into tomorrow. Always like buying the dip. Always like buying the dip. Squeeze it up, right? Always like buying the dip. Squeeze it up. And this is your W. You want to know what your W, see what your W looks like? Show these still all the time, right? Bat wings. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up there. So you're just looking for a little bit of bloodletting. The hold to go higher. May not, may just go straight up. But I'm looking for this. I do like to see, there'd be one more commentary I have here. If we are going to break out with a new all-time high and go higher for a little while into the month of August, I do like to see a really fast return to an all-time high. And then the move higher. We're doing a little bit of that today. It's not bearish, but it's not completely bullish. And you can still wait. You'll get let in, even if they made it like today. We go to the close and it's an all-time high. Woo, we did it, right? Or tomorrow is more than likely. AMD could do that, you know. Still a big tech earning. I'm thinking AMD gives us that move higher, but there's probably a dip for you to buy. Okay. Somewhere in here. So we'll leave this up for you. Remember, on a 1-minute chart right now, not a 1 hour chart, half-hour chart, or whatever. There's that big old buy zone down there. My kids are gone. Missing my kids. Do that in the 1600. The reports after the bell. Right there. A little bit of trees, some bushes. Oh, they're so selling into us into this close. I can already feel it. They're gonna try to unload into this close here. Watch out too for a fast reversal. Go up here, violent candle down. Just be aware of it. There's violence up here. You got to be fast. Yeah, wicks do the. No one ever remembers the wicks. Normally, that's where all the pain is. We like come back in 3 weeks and we're like, oh yeah, it was nothing, bro. And you're like, what about that long ass wick down there for like 75 points? You're like, that was some fucking pain. It's also where the gremlins come in and fuck with your options. No lube zone. No lube zone from right there. This is where the bears come out and scream at you. Get mad. I did. Corresponding dip level for NDX. You want which one? What do you want? You want NDX, QQQs, or NQ? Jay, you want NDX, QQQs, or NQ? You trade? What are you trading? Buy zone is 546, 546 and a half, and 554. Pretty big. The prior low was 552. Somewhere in there. If I had to guess, for bullish like S&P looks bullish, 558 on QQQ. 558 would be the bullish dip buy. Why is he saying 548? Only if we lose 558, we go down there. Yeah, NDX. Yeah, I can show it an NDX. Hold on. No problemo. Next dip buy on NDX would be ready? 23.03803. I'd really like to see us trade 22.891.25. 22.891.25. That's what I'd like to see us trade. I'd like to. I'll show it to you right now. This is NDX, pretty clean chart. I want to see that there. Want to see it? Something like that. You can simply do this too. You don't really need. I love NDX, so clean. That's what I'd like to see. Take a look in a 4-hour if you want. Hold on. Let's check 4 hour really quick. Let's see the daily. Yeah, you could make the argument that it's higher. There. My only concern is that we're in volatility. You can argue that it's not here, that's not that low, but we can easily take that out. Just it's a matter of where does it turn around. So you'd be looking for. I'll show it to you here. You know, if you make a series of new highs, I would give it to you there. You know, like bounce here and start making new highs. Mark that, come back in, buy that. But I think it's easy in volatility to, you know, blast down in a headline, bad report, whatever it may be, and trade all the way down here. 2289.5. Make an argument that it's right here, but I don't trust this stuff. I don't trust volatility season, so I'd want to see a new high. If you don't see that new high, I ain't touching that. That'll fucking drop straight down. There's like no support here. So it would be easy to just quickly rip down there and then back up. I am a buyer down here though. Yeah, not full port, but I'd buy the fuck out of that down there. Any of that bad bitch down there, I'm on it. That helps. Just be waiting lower. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. All we need is like 5 minutes of plunge. Everybody's hair's on fire, running around. Fucking, I was trying to catch that last little rip up there of FOMOing. We just buy all their calls from them. Thank you. I'll take your cheap calls. I appreciate you buying. Appreciate you stepping on the sword today for us. You got the squeeze. We're right in the middle right now. I'm looking at I mean, you could do a fucking you could do just a beautiful fucking wide ass like we're like right in the middle right now. Maybe a little bit higher. 632 is about the middle. I might have to put a trade on. If we can trade like 633.58 or something in the bell, I'd be down to put a fly on. Anywhere up in here, I'd be down to put a fly on. I'd straddle up there. No straddle here for me just yet. A little bit more. Just tiniest bit more. I'd put a straddle on at like 633.15, 634.24, somewhere in there. Or that kind of a trade. I don't know if we can get there though. like 645. $614.15, somewhere in there. You can just watching these sellers right now. I'm like, you know, these fuckers are gonna try to come in. They're gonna fucking try to beat the fuck out of the market here in a bit. Anyone getting short here? I like a put spread here too. Kinda. Let's take a look here. Hold on, I got some stuff for you guys. Take a note to read some of the stuff I'm posting to you right now. I want you to read this stuff. I'll post you the full white note here, or white paper in just a minute. Read this too. Yeah, there were calls earlier today for to roll money into Europe. Remove your money from the U.S. There's some argument. There's still some. I want you to read this to you guys really quick. I'll read this publicly. JPM desk. While I remain tactically bullish, conviction is waning, and think it is prudent to move away from being maximally long. Last week's data and tariff releases are reducing support for our investment hypothesis and resilient macro data. Positive EPS growth, improving trade war rhetoric, lower tariffs. Cracks in the economy continue to form as we approach negative seasonality, but think there is an opportunity for stocks to continue to rise with the aid of macro data points. Masked in the macro turmoil was a strong week for earnings. SPX is on track to deliver its third consecutive double-digit earnings quarter growth. More color on our thinking follows in the subsequent sections. We still like most of the previous monetization menu, but would flag the cyclicals may struggle if ISM services disappoints. That's tomorrow, by the way. That same argument applies to RTY. We like being tactically short Europe at both macro and micro environments are challenged. There's also an argument going on that if Europe can get lower, that there's going to be a rotation out of the U.S. into Europe. So be aware of that. There's more to this conversation. I will post this white paper too. Just give me a few seconds and I'll find the basis on this stuff. What else? Here's Goldman. They like Apple, of course. I do too. Biotech's XBI killing it. We also know that this is seasonality for healthcare. This week, we'll also bring a batch of healthcare earnings. On here. Yep, I'll get to the PDF here in just a minute. If you want, if we're looking for something to lift up the market. Mm-mm. I think this is all in line with what I've been saying to you guys. I think this all like makes sense here. Tactfully bullish. Also on that same note, our guy Rubner said remain bullish into the middle of the month. 15th, 16th, 17th. Remember that end of month for August tends to be, or like when you close out August, it tends to be flat or slightly under. So if you got a mid-month high print and then sell down into Opex, expiration, right? So we're supportive to the upside in the middle of the month. Then you're looking to sell down. So they close the month of August with like slight gains or no gains, but you can make money within the month, and then start to fade August into September, October. If that makes any sense. You guys should be getting the gist. If you're not getting the gist, you're just coming into this program. You want to watch this morning's program. It outlays most of what's been said by these banks later in the morning and this afternoon. Yep, something like that, Dave G. It's something like that, brother. You want to see that gap get closed if we can. Try to close that gap, brother. I like Apple as a print into fall, and I like the buy in that Apple print. You're going to get one more low, hopefully in middle of September, early October. You have time. There'll be good returns right now, and then another low. I love Apple right now. Love Apple end of the year. Like them. They've underperformed. If you line up Mag 7, you can do a like comparison of all the Mag 7s. Apple, man. I love Apple here. I've liked them past week. Not past week. I've liked them knowing coming into the end of the year that I like them into the end of the year. As an outperform. What else? It says I got some other stuff here. Hold on here. Where did you guys get? You guys got JPM. You guys got McGilligot. Did you guys get GS? Let me give you guys some GS. No, that's not on GS. McGilligot's full note. I'll give that to you right now. Hold on, give me a second. I'll get you McGilligot's note. You guys want the full? You want the real? You want the dilly? I'll give you the fucking dilly. Hold on here. Let me find the fucking dilly. Bunch of fucking dilly-dalliers. Here's another one for you here. I don't know if you need to read all that. Hold on here. I didn't get you what GS thought. We'll make this one simple. This is for the crayon eaters out there. Give you that one down there. This is what they think about where we are right now. Hold on here. Nomura. Let's see what we got for Nomura. I don't need that. Hold on here. Give me a second here. Animal spirits are back in play again. No, hold on here. Animal spirits. Treasuries, BFA. Nope. Quick view that. Investor positioning. Nothing there. She already gave you the JPM shit. A quick view. There. June. I'm in the wrong fucking month here. In the wrong goddamn month. I'm always in the wrong month. August. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yes. Oh, fuck yes. Oh, there we go. Boom. I love it. Fucking love it. I fucking love it. I love it. I love it. There. There. That one right there. Quick view, that one over there. Now, let me just see this. JPM over here. What does that thing say? Credit calls, bond rating neutral. Yeah, none of that shit. Nope. JPM over there. What's this one over here? International fucking briefing and market intelligence when it comes to catalysts on policy, insights. You guys didn't want to see that? You guys want to just put that in the pro channel? All right, fuck it. I'll put it in the pro channel. All right. Remove attachment. We'll go to pros. You guys don't want to read that? All right. About that. Fuck you. We'll go to the pro channels. They'll eat this shit up. I eat this shit up. Pro trader. Pro. At always. Also note that Rubner still long. Also note that Rubner's still wrong. Rubner's still wrong. Still long. There you go. Yeah, you go put that in the fucking pro channel. There you go. You guys got that for you. Yeah, that's good, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. All you brainiacs in there. Yeah, that's right. There it is right there. You got that Rubner fucking crack going on. Got that fucking, not Rubner, you got that McGilligot fucking celebrity quant. Full white paper in the Discord and the pro channel. I'll get you some more shit later today. I got you covered. Well, I'm in trouble. Hold on a second here. Listen, I want you to write something down for me, okay? Hey, if you're gonna be my Jamie, right? You got to do something for me. If you see anything from a few different people, ready? Write this down: Pravorsky, Rubner, McGilligot. Forget that Rebecca Chong person. She's always screaming that we're gonna go to the depths of hell. Pravorsky, Rubner, the celebrity quant, McGilligot, Charles McGilligot. See any of that stuff? Say something to me. Thank you. All right. Big brain. Nobody put a heart on it. I better download it before he deletes it. He's gonna get mad. There we go. There we go. India responds.
It's disconnected.
Yeah, I know. I would have heard this already. What do we got here? Don't blame Jerome Powell or the Fed. Fuck no. Oh, if you can't afford to buy a house right now, I watched someone. I saw some tech bro trying to. Are we gonna do this fucking squeeze or what? Let's do it. Squeeze that shit. Squeeze it. Come on, just squeeze it. Don't tease me. Well, like I always find India fascinating. I do pay attention to some of the Indian subreddits. There are a lot of Indians on Reddit, and they speak English, so I always feel like you get a lot of Indian culture, social stuff that bleeds into American ideas and everything. Not a negative or bad. You know, as I get older, I become more. This is not a hot take. People don't like this. I do believe there should be some kind of almost like the group that sells internet domains. There should be some kind of like a national or international behind the scenes proofing of who people are for their demographics, so you know who you're talking to. You kind of want to know the perspective of who you're talking to. I don't need to know your name. I don't need to know where you live and all that kind of stuff, like your address. But I want to know if you're like a male, if you're 16 years old. I don't want to argue with a 16-year-old. And you're from India. I don't want to talk about dating girls with you either. You know what I mean? I also want to know that for politics. I do believe to some extent, and that does like breach the crazy like social credit score on the internet. I know it opens up a can of worms, but we are getting to a place where I'd like to see it. I don't want to go into like a review of a movie and I don't know. It's like someone that's raging that this is the best thing they've ever seen in their entire life, and you find out it's all 15-year-old kids. I'm like, I'm gonna go in there and yell at those kids. I don't even want to talk to them. Does that make sense? There's a lot of that goes on right now. Is this person from Russia? Is this person from China? I don't necessarily dislike anyone from those countries. I just want to know who I'm talking to. Their demographic, their age group, that kind of stuff. I think that does matter. Well, I say that because when you get like sentiment from India, it's all over the place. And not as all over the place, but it's there's a concept from India that they can serve more than one master, right? And that we're not the masters. Russia, China, U.S. is not their master. And matter of fact, I looked at a picture recently of Chinese manufacturers for tanks, and they were building tanks for Iraq and Iran. India fills a lot of that role, where they want to sit neutral on the side of the fence, and that they're going to one day be a world power too. And the U.S. can eat a bag of dicks in a lot of contexts. Keep on squeezing, keep going up. You're not done going up there, Spoos. You know you're going to squeeze, dude. You have to. You have to go into supply. Higher. Let's go. Higher. So, and then you got to remember I'm an American. You know, so I'm going to have some kind of, I'm pragmatic, but I'm going to give you the perspective from an American, you know, which is exceptionalism. Right or wrong, true or not, how you get there or not, could be wrong. I don't agree with how Trump's doing it. You know, I'm not that guy. I believe in decorum. I believe in process. I believe in the rule of law, those kind of things. But I understand where he's coming from. And sometimes you have to break eggs in this country because there's so much gridlock. It's intentional in our society. Our government is built for that to happen. To roadblock your ass in many major change. So you throw shit on the wall, you break decorum, you see what sticks. I understand why it's happening. I don't agree with it, but I understand. So India responds to U.S. pressure to import of Russian oil. I want you to know that, I don't know if you know this or not, but Russia sells its oil to everybody quietly all the time. Even when we put embargoes on Russia, we tacitly know that stuff makes it out to the public markets, goes to Asia, goes to, and that includes India, gets rebranded, sits out, and they literally pump it from one tanker to another tanker. I kid you not. They like literally have AIS is off in the tanker. They turn it off. They bring it closer to another one. They pump the oil in, and then it goes to other markets. And India doesn't give a fuck. They just want to be neutral. But yet, of course, you know, make money, right? And they are neighbors to Russia, and they do sell goods to Russia as well. So you've got India responds to U.S. pressure to stop the import of Russian oil. Quote, India has been targeted by the United States and the EU for importing oil from Russia after the commencement of the Ukraine conflict. That's kind of bullshit. The U.S. knows, and it has always fucking known that this has been going on. It is not a dirty secret. Everybody knows. You and I might not know, but the rest of the world does. Anyone that's involved with oil knows. In fact, India began importing from Russia because traditional supplies were diverted to Europe after the outbreak of the conflict. The U.S. at that time actively encouraged such imports by India for strengthening global energy market stability. So you placate public, but private, you know it's not going to happen. India's imports are meant to ensure predictable and affordable energy costs to the Indian consumer. They are necessary. So this is India's response. India's imports are meant to ensure predictable and affordable energy costs to the Indian consumer. They're a necessity compelled by global market situation. However, It is revealing that the very nations criticizing India are themselves indulging in trade with Russia. That's true too. Even the U.S. does it. Like we all do it. U.S. does it. China does it. Rest of the free world, even Europe does it. Like tacitly knowing this is true. The EU in 2024 had a bilateral trade of euro 67.5 billion in goods with Russia. In addition, it had trade and services estimated at euro 17.2 billion in 2023. This is significantly more than India's total trade with Russia that year or subsequently. European imports of LNG in 2024, in fact, reached a record 16.5 million tons, surpassed the last record of 15.21 tons in 2022. Europe and Russia trade includes not just energy, but also fertilizers, mining products, chemicals, iron and steel, machinery that transport equipment. Where the United States is concerned, it continues to import from Russia uranium, hexafluoride for its nuclear industry, palladium for its EV industry, fertilizers, as well as chemicals. In this background, the targeting of India is unjustified and unreasonable. Like any major economy, India will take the necessary measures to safeguard its national interests and economic security. So basically telling you, fuck no, we're going right back to what we're always doing, the status quo, even if it was quiet behind the scenes. SPY trading higher right now, trading 631.13, looking for a squeeze higher into the bell to trade a target price of 632.61. Just a note here that they're going to try to sell this after we get into this close or in the open tomorrow. Just be aware of it. Trading 631.07, 631.09. We are trying to go back and trade the all-time high, the drop on all-time highs at 639. We're either going to try to get it done today after the bell, or we're going to try to get it done on Tuesday, Wednesday, somewhere in there, on good reports. You want to be out of longs in the middle of August. Don't know where the actual top is on that stuff. I gave you an idea for buying the dip lower. Watch this right now. I want you to watch out as we approach up top. There are sellers. When we head up here, they're going to try to sell us down with a big fat red candle. Just be careful of that sell above. I will be here with you again tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. It's 3:58 right now, end of the day. We will watch 2 reports today after the bell and see if we're really far off on those expectations or not. We reviewed earlier today HIMS, and we also reviewed Palantir. So we're going to keep Palantir down below, see how they report. I've got them on an upside move, and I've got HIMS as well as an upside move. I'm bullish on both of these tickers. We'll see how this ends the day. Would like to see an upside print on both after the bell. Cannot guarantee that it's going to help you in option land. Remember that this is all about underlying. You know how they do with options. They'll kill you in the options, and then move this up a little bit. This over here. I don't know if we get these reports right after the bell. It looked like we do. But here's PLTR. And then we'll do HIMS. We'll watch this one too. Sorry that this one doesn't have the charting on it. I got some wonkiness going on with with which ones with layouts in more than one thing. Bobby, here's SPY. Like to sell into some strength. Been trying to all day long today. Well, not all day long, but most of the end of the day. Palantir trading higher right now, trading 161.62. Trading 161.72. Congratulations. Thank you for flying Palantir Airlines. Well, hang tight here. I've got this new squawker on. You like it when I talk dirty to it into the clothes, don't you? Tell it where the fuck to go. You go where I tell you to go. Yes, I do put what's her name in the corner? Baby. I put baby in the corner whenever I feel like it. I like subs. I like the submissive candles. I only like the BDSM when I'm behind closed doors. In public, it's always submit. I'm not hearing anything from the news squawker right now. So far, Palantir is bullish. Him's looking bullish right now. I think you got everything you guys need, right? I think you got everything you need today. Waiting for any kind of negativity in the next few minutes here. Otherwise, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Come on, Palantir, do it. Do it. Him's bouncing around right now. Do it. You can dump it after the bell on all these call buyers. SPY trading higher right now after the bell. If you are long calls on SPY, try to get out by 6:15. You know that tomorrow's open. If we squeeze up here, there'll be no buyers for you if you hold those calls overnight. Between Theta burn and no buyers up there, don't mess with it. If you get the squeeze right now, you go up there, sell, take the money, and walk. Palantir trading higher again, trading 161, trying to pump right now. Remember that I think it was 180 is where the top of their market is on them too. There's been no roll higher from 180. That I could see. Trading a high already of 161.96. You would need more than just an opening bell. You'd need like some new information in their guide tonight that would make people buy their calls. So be paying close attention to that tomorrow on.
Daily says comfortable with Fed's July decision, less comfortable making that decision again and again.
Dude, that's really loud, bro. Who gave that guy the microphone?
Daily furthermore says 2 rate cuts this year still seems to be appropriate amount of recut.
That guy sounds young. He must be the fucking intern.
Daily
he got on FinTwit today and fucking wrecked FinTwit. That was dope.
We need to do more. Daily says every meeting going forward is live for thinking about policy adjustments.
Oh, Him's weak right now. Palantir just traded.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald.
Our first target.
It's really me.
170.
I'm gonna do a little advert for Financial Juice.
Palantir just hit our first upside target.
If you
we've got one more target for Palantir either today or by Friday of 176.09.
And
trying to trade that top of the key 180
on a subscription.
Hims
instead of
dropping right now. Let me
you get a discount.
Fucking turn that shit back on again. Turn that shit off. Hims blasting to the downside. Haven't heard anything on the report just yet. I'll check to see if they did report. Palantir smashing it out of the park, trading their upside target of 170. They hit 172.20. Let me just check Hims really quick and see if they posted anything. They posted their stuff yet. Just check Hims. Or if it's just after the market doom. And one thing I'll say about Hims that was in that chart earlier was they love to fuck their people. The only thing I noticed about Hims today was like that you could see those major drops, like just shaking people out. Oh, here we go. EPS expected 16 cents. They beat by 6% at 17 cents. Their revs though are down. Hims revs are down. That's not good. That's not good at all. Means that you guys are saying no, right, to inflation. So they had a miss on revs. So that looks right on HIMS. I missed that one. I got it wrong. We can look at it again. It has a tendency to do this. I wouldn't necessarily be bearish on HIMS. We'll take a quick peek at it. I think I had to buy it $49 maybe. It was like 49 bucks. SPY heading higher right now. Make sure you're taking your longs off of SPOOs here into the bell. Please take your longs as we come into 415. Take some money off up here. They are selling Palantir, but that's not unexpected. I have Palantir hitting one more high this week. I'd like to see them trade 176, 176.80, 176.03, 176.07 later in the week. So don't lose faith yet on Palantir. Make sure, again, up here you're taking profit into the bell at 415. Close your fucking calls, your 0-day calls, your 1-day calls up in here as we come into this close. We also have the only news of the week tomorrow coming in at 8:30 in the morning. So be aware of that as well. We get ISM Services PMI. Maybe you catch some legs until 10 a.m. It's not at 8:30. So if you wanted to stay long, maybe. But I'll tell you guys, dude, just like take the money and go at this close. I'm going to close mine. So close them out. 415. Okay. Oh, there's the red candle. I'm telling you, they're up here. They're fucking up here. Hold on a second. I got to do this. SPY tomorrow. Well, there's your trade. You see it? So you can see your trade there in the close. Happy Monday. Happy squeeze day. HIMS had a miss. I want to look at that really quick. Was it on Gamma? Palantir coming back. Let's look at, where is my chart on this stuff? No. Yeah, that's below. I don't like these fucking drops on in them anyways down here. On HIMS, they're trading 56.62 right now. Let me just go down and look at HIMS really quick. Okay, so on HIMS they had a miss on revs. They made money. They're profitable. They're trading like right in here right now. I wouldn't necessarily give them up here. They had this big drop back here, and they came right back like it was nobody's business. We've got an alert to buy. We've got an alert to buy HIMS at right in here in this zone, and we're trading that right now. We're trading that, and we're trading this right here. Post market 57.71. I don't think that they're going to dump this. I think you might still get a good upside reaction on HIMS. I wouldn't be bearish completely on them. And there's another reason for that. You need this
with the interview with Fed's Day
to break out.
On the feed for you to have a read.
So be paying close attention to this price. It's possible we could possibly trade down here, and then that's the trade. Just be like really careful watching this. Like there's mechanical reasons why you need to get up here. You ever notice they get a bad print and it still goes up? That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. I don't see them leaving this ticker, so you might wake up with it recovering, believe it or not. Even if this gets pushed out or down there, don't be getting too bared up here yet on HIMS. I do have questions though. I'm gonna have to check their I'm gonna have to check their guide. I really want to know, like, as we go over these next like 3 to 6 months, you want to be paying attention to inflation and its effects on goods and services. If it begins to deteriorate over the next 3 to 6 months, it lays out like this whole ugliness